Many much ready.
Oh, I don't think you're ready. I'm just kidding. Anyway.
Pascal is also ready in case you were wondering.
Hi, Pascal. Welcome to the party.
Hi.
Also, hi, everybody. Perfect timing. This is great. Good evening, everyone. And welcome back to Beyond the Tides, a new campaign here on Nat 20 utilizing the Explorer's Guide to Wildemount, an official sourcebook for D&D, written by the one and only Matthew Mercer, into Panic. While the source material may bring about familiarity with the cities, plots, and environments, I hope you enjoy our take on the rich, breathing continent of Wildemount. My name is Ash, or Ash and Rabbit, here on Twitter. And I am here to act as DM and guide for this evening's session. With me are a lovely bunch of adventurers. Let's go around and introduce ourselves for those that may be new here, starting with Sarah.
Hello, I'm Osiris Franco, and tonight I will be playing, as always, Harrison Gandazar, the High Elf Wizard, whose vacation has turned into something just a bit more than your average getaway, and he's gonna lean in.
All right. Leaning in. Okay. I'm Chum Nation. Here on Twitch and on Twitter also, and I'm playing Night in the Stars in the Night Sky, also known as Knight for short, the Tabaxi monk, and who is on pilgrimage for the Order of the Cobalt Soul. So, a monk of the Cobalt Soul in Wildemount, and has found himself with these other this motley crew of folks, and now potentially in trouble with the Clovis Concord. So that should be fun. All right.
Hey everyone, I'm Tyrant. You can find me everywhere at Dr. Tyrant. I am playing Roman Thale, the Sea Elf Fighter Rogue. And he's just a big old rebellious, gravelly voiced destroyer of things. And let's hope that he doesn't escape a life of servitude to end up in jail.
For a life of bondage. Yes.
So terrified. Hi, I'm DMF Saint. You can find me on Twitch and Twitter at DMF Saint, as well as here on Nat 20. I am playing Torley, who is a life cleric turtle on a mission to take in the sights, sounds, and oddities across all of Wildemount. I'm also concerned. Greatly concerned.
No reason to be concerned. You're fine. I mean, maybe. Anyway.
Insight check DM.
Fuck. It's been cool, guys. See you later. Last we left off, our party had returned to the sunken remains of Flora Isle to retrieve the Rod of Retribution from the hands of the Sawin Priestess Selachai. Shortly after diving down into the depths of the Shark Feather Abyss, the ship above them exploded in a surprise plot against the pirates that captained the vessel. Our party, realizing that they still had a task at hand, attempted to speak with the Sawin leader and convince her to hand over the weapon to no avail, and instead successfully defended themselves from her squad of Sharkbody Abominations and Raiders. With the demise of Selachai, the party resurfaced to witness the devastation of the Wave Chaser, finding only 3 earrings, Jarkal, and Heidi as survivors. The group managed to retrieve the remains of the crew that perished in the explosion, made their way to the beach, and spent time formulating a plan on where next they should travel and bring the rod. After a night of rest, the party woke to find Jarkal had remained vigilant with her post on the beach, constantly scanning the horizon, awaiting the arrival of a ship from the governing force of the Clovis Concord. She quickly enacted her plan, freezing both 3 earrings and Heidi in place, and calling for the arrest of her former captain for the murder of the Marquis of Port Zoon. We rejoin our party immediately after this arrest, waves lapping on the beach and the presence of the Clovis Concord looming ever closer. Hey guys, what you doing?
Are the Clovis Concord here already? Like docked and
Yeah, how
landed?
far away they were approaching, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
they're approaching. It is a much smaller ship than the Wave Chaser. Like if you've played Sea of Thieves, then if you've seen a sloop, it's about that size. It's very small, very quick. So it will arrive a little bit faster than something like the Caraval, like the Wave Chaser could.
Well, we're fine then, because you can only put like 2 people on a sloop, so we're good. They won't be able to take us all.
The server can't handle
We
it.
have more than 2.
Important question: is there harpoons on the front of the ship or not?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, there is.
No shit. No, they can get us if we try to swim.
Yeah, so it's the ship is probably pretty close at this point. Jarkal has been waiting for it to come into view and really only made it known when it was pretty close. It's probably about 400 yards out. Where are you guys? What are you guys doing?
400 yards out.
I'm sorry, but what exactly is happening?
Well, I think we're about to be arrested.
I would rather not be arrested. Could we? I don't know.
We weren't involved in any of this. We have nothing to fear arrest.
Let's just take this one step at a time. I don't think we're actually going to get arrested, but
It was Jarkal, right?
Mm-hmm.
Who's the secret agent?
Yeah, the
Snitch.
druid
My notes
half-orc.
say snitch.
Double agent is fine too.
Roman will step forward.
Jarkal,
Oh, sorry, I don't know why. Yep, hang on. Go ahead.
Jarkal, do you need help with that?
Oh, I'm good. You're fine. I've got them taken care of. You guys might want to hang out here for a minute. My captain might have some questions for you all. It's okay. It's okay. I can vouch for you. You're gonna be fine.
I would like to know what proof you have for your allegations.
I mean, I feel like that's all gonna come out in time, but pretty substantial evidence, a witness, in fact. It's really not my place to divulge that information. That's more, the captain and maybe Danlin if he's with them. Yeah, don't worry about it. You're gonna be fine. And you'll see Jarkal kind of looking at the two here. Both Heidi and Three Earrings are pretty much frozen in place. Their heads are only slightly moving with extreme strain, and their eyes are darting all over the place. Knight, you're close enough to see this. Heidi looks extremely concerned, and Three Earrings looks pissed the fuck off. You guys just hanging out?
Really?
Do
No, I
sitting
could,
down.
Sorry,
I'm
was
thinking.
waiting to see. Yeah,
No,
what
you're
Knight
good.
was gonna do.
You're good.
Harrison would move over to Three Earrings and Heidi and lean in and do that thing where he's talking at the same like a normal volume but in a whisper like voice.
Mhm.
Three Earrings, I simply must add, did you have anything to do this? Maybe up and down with your eyes? If yes, you can tell me. I promise I won't say anything.
You'll just see Three Earrings stare straight back at you as if staring daggers into your soul, as if, how could you accuse me of this kind of a look?
Not accusing, my dear friend, not accusing, just trying to get an understanding of the situation. My employer, this will be very difficult to explain if I'm arrested for piracy and murder, just trying to get my ducks in a row. And at this range, can I tell what is affecting them? Like what kind of magics is present here?
Make an Arcana check.
I will, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, that's a 19.
19. Ooh, you got a +7. Hell yeah.
I'm very good at magic.
That's very good. Yeah, with a 19, you can tell that this is a hold person spell. So they stuck there for a minute.
Okay. Okay.
At this point, the sloop has come up fairly close to the shore. You see a captain and several guards kind of poke their heads over the side of the ship. The guards remain at their post, and the captain will kind of stand there waiting for the ship to become parallel with the shore. And as soon as it does, he's only about 50 yards out, so he's pretty close. He'll just hop straight in the water and kind of swim his way over and walk up on the beach just drenched in seawater. He's got a little bit of kelp on him. And you'll see him approach the party, specifically looking directly at Jarkhal here. Jarkhal will call out, "Oh, hi, Captain. I've got them right here. They're not going anywhere. The two that are frozen are the pirates. The people still moving are not." And she'll look kind of proud of herself. While the captain will kind of survey the two that are frozen in place, give you all a look, kind of in a confused manner, nod his head towards you all, and lean into Jarkhal a little bit and say, So if they're not pirates, who are they?
Can I ask you a quick question? My
Yes.
quarterstaff of warning, when it is on my person, warns me if I am in personal danger or if anyone in my party is.
Right.
Is it glowing right now, or is it just kind of chilling?
Danger.
It's just chilling.
Okay.
Yeah, you're good.
With a goofy smile, Torley waves.
The captain will kind of nod back, and say, "Did you all aid in the apprehension of the pirates here?"
Yes.
No.
I hear a conflict.
I mean, I did not know that the captain was wanted for anything. So,
I mean, we've been trying to keep this information as low as possible, so it's no surprise that you wouldn't have heard of this. But I see Jarkhal is not offended by your presence, nor does she think that you're So who are you all? I'm sorry, I'm deeply confused.
Right. And Harrison's gonna look back at 3 earrings and Heidi and give kind of like a "I don't know" kind of shrug, and look at the captain. My name is Harrison Gandazar. We were well, it's a bit of a long story. Wait a minute. How long have we actually even been here? It seems I've lost track of time. Does anyone recall how many?
I didn't know if that was in character or out of character. Sorry.
And no, in character, he is asking the party how long it's been.
I think it's been like 2 or 3 days total, right?
Oh,
How many
God.
long rests did we do?
Oof.
3 or 4?
Unfortunate.
2 or 3, 3 or
I think
4?
it was 2 long rests.
There were technically 3. You had a rest on the way to Bizafdile, 1 on the way back, and then 1 here on the beach.
Okay.
I think the shortest answer is we're here on vacation. And he tries to very casually put his elbow up on some of like the burning, like charred out ship remains behind him and like smile convincingly.
Yeah, that's right. My name's Torley. It's a pleasure to meet you all.
The pleasure is mine, I suppose. You, Sea Elf, what business do you have here? Are you with these folks?
I'm with them, yes. I was doing a little bit of pirate hunting myself.
I see. A vigilante we have. Tabaxi, you've been awfully quiet.
I'm sorry, who are you?
Oh, pardon me. I am Shore Warden Valian Harik, sorry, what is his last name? Herrick. I can spell that for you because it's weird fantasy names.
Please.
Valian is Valyun. Herrick is Harrock. I am a captain of the Shore Warden. That's my ship back there. Those are my crew. And Jarkal here is I guess calling her a spy is a bit much. She's been recently promoted, but she was part of my crew as well.
I am, my name is Knight. I'm a monk of the Cobalt Soul on pilgrimage.
The Cobalt Soul. Wonderful. Glad to see that you're out here and happy to see that you're here collecting data. I understand that 3 earrings here, and you'll see she's still in hold person. She's still restrained, but if her eyes could be on fire right now, they would be, and she's staring directly at the captain. I understand 3 earrings here was looking for some sort of a weapon. Do you all have that with you? Was that procured?
Yes, my intention is to deliver it to the archive, the nearest Cobalt Soul archive for collection.
Okay. Well, would you mind? I understand and totally respect the nature of the Cobalt Soul. I have a sister within the Cobalt Soul. If you wouldn't mind if we would hold on to it for safekeeping, I can guarantee that it can go back into your hands and into the hands of those that would need to catalog such a weapon and keep it safe. But for safekeeping at this point, would it be okay if we held on to it for a moment?
As one of those who would catalog it and keep it in a place safe, I would prefer to retain possession of the weapon.
Make a persuasion check, please.
That should not be an advantage.
That's
but
okay.
It's 12 no matter what.
12? Okay. Well, I'm sorry if I misspoke. I see we kind of need to hold on to that. It's part of evidence for the upcoming trial for 3 earrings here.
I'm sorry. Evidence.
Why would that weapon procured? She did not murder anyone while we were in her presence, or since we procured the weapon. Why would it be evidence against her at this point?
Well, because it was part of her plan, and, well, I wouldn't say it's above my pay grade to speak about this, but long story short, the murder occurred before you all met. Our sources, Jarkal here, have known about the plot with 3 earrings to procure this weapon. Not so much about the murder, that was only after the fact. But we still see it as motive within the Clovis Concord, and we would like to be able to hold on to it for safekeeping. Again, we would return it to you after the trial, but we kind of need it, sir.
I'm acting on a hunch here. Is there any official designation of the Clovis Concord that I could easily identify on them? Is it clear that these people are actually from the Clovis Concord?
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I should have explained that a little bit better. The sails on the ship have the image of the Clovis Concord, which, God damn me and not being able to remember what it looks like. I think it looks like a sun over the sea. But that's...
I think I got it open here.
I should have it that I can just do a handout, but I'm...
That's the Cerberus Assembly one.
Newbie. Wait. Here. Show to players. Show to everyone.
It's
there you go.
Sun. It's a horizon. Sea, sun, stars. Yep,
Yeah.
there you go.
You guys see that?
Yeah.
I did a thing.
I just wanted to make sure that this was as up and up as it possibly could be.
Right, of course. So yeah, you see those sails that have that designation on them, and then he has that badge essentially welded onto his armor. So yes,
Oh, it looks
this
official.
is
Right.
extremely official.
Got it.
And now that you're looking, you can see that Jarkal has kind of taken off a shawl that she's kept over her, and she has a little pin on her lapel that has the symbol of the Clovis Concord.
Sorry to interrupt.
So, Knight, the weapon, sir.
I will hand over the weapon, and I will be informing the archive it is in your possession.
Oh well, we're heading to Port Damali, and there is an archive there, so it will be sent directly there. But never fear, you will get the credit.
You're taking the captain to Port Damali, not Port Zoon?
Well, no, we're closer to Port Damali, and that's where. I don't have to completely answer this to you, but in order for full transparency, that's where the investigation has been kind of being led. It's been mostly coast-wide, as the murder actually happened in Nicodranus. It's a whole thing. It's confusing right now, but we just need to get somewhere that's not a beach with a wrecked ship and burning bodies, so we can think about this in a more civilized manner. So if you wouldn't mind coming with me, and at this point you'll see that the ship has docked out in the kind of shoreline, and there is a smaller boat coming out, a rowboat with one of the guards rowing it to the shore to come and pick you guys up. I understand that you had nothing to do with the murder, but you did have something to do with the procurement of this extremely powerful weapon. Again, I trust you with being part of the Cobalt Soul. I understand, but we do have some questions for you, as you will help us understand Three Earrings a little bit more, considering you've been working with her for the last few days.
Harry, who's still kind of leaning just casually on this rubble as it kind of like deteriorates, but he's trying to keep a cool pose, will kind of rub his brow and point a finger at Turley, casting message, and he'll hear just a quiet like, "Isn't that the place that you really don't want to go?"
Yeah.
Unfortunate. He'll just kind of stand back up and just look at the party like, what the fuck we gonna do?
Shore Warden,
Yes.
are we under arrest?
No, but you are being held for questioning.
Fine.
I'm sorry. Again, it's Torley. I don't know much about the law, especially in these parts, but held for questioning does kind of sound like under arrest to me. How are they different?
Well, one is under arrest and you're in jail, or you're in the brig, on a ship, in prison. With this, you'll come along with us as if, we're along the same playing field, but we do need to get you somewhere where we can have a better conversation, where I'm not getting sand stuck in my armor and I'm not rusting up because the water here is cursed, I understand. Anyway, if you'll humor me, if you can come back with us to Port Damali, we can go through the questions. It's not going to take very long. We do have a private investigator with this that has their own band of questions. And then you'll be released and everything will be fine.
All right, lead the way, I guess.
Perfect. And then you'll just see the captain go over to Heidi, who, if you remember, is a dwarf. He'll just scoop her up, pick her up, and bring her into the rowboat. And Jarkal will legitimately do the same thing with Three Earrings. Them in their petrified states are not holding any resistance to this. And
Harry kind of goes like at 3 earrings as he's sure to just watch her eyes like scream as this happens, and just, oh, I'm so sorry.
Hey, make sure you set them down the right way. They can't control how their ankles are, and it might bend, and you don't want to cause any injuries.
oh, we've done this before. It's okay. And the captain and Charcoal will go safely and place their prisoners into the boat, and row them off to the actual boat. Eventually coming back for you guys, heading back on the ship, and making your way to Port Damali. It will take about a day to get there. You'll see, I don't have a map for the ship, really sorry. But you'll see on the ship, it is much smaller than how the Wave Chaser was. There's really only the 2 decks, where the captain and the guards are kind of remaining on top, keeping an eye on everything that's happening within the sailing venture, and making sure that all the sails and rudders and stuff are in the appropriate angles and whatnot. Down below, it's fairly vacant, save for the 2 prisoners, Heidi and 3 earrings. They're now tied up and kind of shoved towards the front of the ship down below. What do you guys want to do?
I'd like to gather everyone in an area that we can have a little bit of privacy, if that's possible.
Yeah.
Okay.
You'll see that still down below deck, but kind of underneath where the helm is. It's kind of a storage area. There's a bunch of crates and barrels separating the stairs that go down and the back area of the ship. So if you want privacy, that's really the only place you're going to get it.
Okay.
Should we come up with some sort of unified story?
I think the truth is our story. Our story is not one of intrigue or deception. We were there. A bad thing happened. We stopped the bad thing from happening further.
I think we need a plan. I think we can write a series of letters to various families, noble families. It might take some time. How fast can sparrows fly? I think they're our best option for a delivery method.
Harrison,
a long time.
Harrison, can you do me a favor for like 1 second? Can you just think what you'd write in those letters and get back to us in like, a couple minutes?
Can do.
Yeah. So listen, I think we're not under arrest. They just want us for questioning. I don't think there's any reason to hide what our part in all of this was. I mean, the only thing that we did that could have possibly been kind of questionable was taking the weapon for ourselves and not giving it over. I think we're not complicit in anything except for, taking the weapon out of the hands of somebody who shouldn't have had it in the first place. I'm with Knight. I think the truth is the way to go here.
Just as long as we all stick to the same story. That's all that matters.
There's only one story. I don't know how we would deviate.
So do we include the part where we were going to betray the pirates and keep it for ourselves, or?
I would like to clarify something. We were not keeping it for ourselves. I was taking it to the archive.
Right. And the part where, I don't know, maybe one of us blew up a boat. I
honestly don't think the Clovis Concord would care about that.
I mean, it is destruction of property.
They're pirates.
Pirate property.
Oh my God.
Still.
By definition, they are outlaws and would be wanted in any case.
Are none of you concerned about 3 earrings?
I mean,
What do you
what
mean
way?
concerned?
Yes.
We've spent some time with the young woman, and I find myself being. I admire her creativity in approaching complicated problems, and she doesn't strike me as someone who would be really caught up in a scheme like this.
The accusation of murder of a high-ranking official, such as the Marquis of a city-state in the Clovis Concord, was a bit surprising. She does not seem like an assassin or B, someone whose station would command that.
Well, I don't know about evil mastermind, but perhaps a pawn.
That is possible.
Plus, pirates are pirates.
But killing heads of states, not typically a pirate move, is it? Only serves to bring more attention to piracy.
All right. The question would be, what was her motive?
Of
I don't know
course.
that there is one.
I mean, I don't really know much about pirates, but isn't money a good enough motive for a pirate to do anything?
Absolutely.
But if it was.
But my understanding would be an action like that would have to be commanded from the top of the pirate hierarchy, would it not?
It just doesn't feel right to me to abandon this person. I don't find the charges I know we've only known each other for a short while, but I think 3 earrings. I get the impression that this was a life that she fell into, not that a life that she chose. And not only has she lost her ship, her crew, her family, but she's now being accused of a horrific crime that I just don't feel like maybe she committed, and I don't know. I find this all to be rather odd.
So, Harry,
Yes.
what would you have us do?
Well, I believe that we should tell the truth, but I would also like to help this young woman if I can. I don't know how I can, but it just... I don't know. I get the sinking suspicion that something has gone horribly wrong. And I would hate for this person to have to carry the weight of that. Surely, am I really the only one who believes that she's not capable of this?
I can't speak to whether she is capable or not. By definition, pirates do not have the best reputation when it comes to killing. But I would not stand by if there was an injustice being carried out. But I would need to hear the evidence and see the evidence.
A fair point.
Which is why I question the need to take the rod as evidence. It clearly has nothing to do with the crime.
Yes. Perhaps, at the very least, we can make sure that that they get a fair trial. Because if they're just going to be executed on a whim, then the Clovis Concord isn't any better than the pirates.
Is it worth? Sorry to interrupt. I don't understand much about all the, machinations that are going on in here, but I wouldn't want to be a part of putting somebody in jail or executing somebody needlessly. Is it worth trying to talk to Three Earrings before we get to the port?
I would like to, yes, and Heidi as well. Again, gentlemen, I think I find myself. I'm generally. I understand that it might be difficult to understand me and the way that I am and all of the things, but I generally believe that I'm a good judge of character. And I would like to think that if I were hired by a murderer, I would know it. I don't feel I would, and we need to talk to them. We need to understand how we have found ourselves here.
Well, then I guess we need to go find them. We need to go talk to them and see what they have to say. That is, if they're not, being held under that spell thing.
Sure. Perhaps we split up. Would you care to accompany me? Talking to some of the crew. See if we can get some more information on the trial that way.
Who are you asking this to?
I will go with you. Yes.
Good. Harry, Turley, if you don't mind talking to the captives. I don't think they'll want to see me. So.
Yes, I'd be happy to ask several questions to the young persons.
Sure. Yeah.
So, Roman and Knight, you guys want to go above deck and talk to some of the crew members, and then Turley and Harry, you guys want to go question Heidi and Three Earrings. Is that right?
That's right.
That's right. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go with Turley and Harrison first. You guys walk out of this kind of secluded section beneath the stairs, and immediately see Heidi and Three Earrings are restrained. They're no longer under hold person. They're on the same level of the deck as you, just at the front of the ship, kind of tossed between like on a couple piles of rope and maybe some like burlap sacks, kind of uncomfortably. But they know that the crew knows that they're not really going to go anywhere, so they've kind of just left them there. And you'll see as you walk by the stairs, a guard is standing there at the ready, still performing his duties above the bottom deck, but using that area as his post to make sure that if they are able to free themselves, then he can stop them.
Hey, Harrison, before we get into this, I just wanted that letter comment I made earlier. It was an attempt at humor. I'm really not good at it. I'm trying, though. I hope it didn't come across,
Oh, no. Well, I've crafted 3 in my mind. I think there's one lady who in particular should come visit the manor. She'd always was rather pleasant, has a fondness for ginger snaps. I think we could maybe, if we got her a package, there's a local bakery that I've heard wonderful things about. I think if we could get that and send it to her with the letter.
I think we should talk to them now, though.
Oh, right.
Okay. Hey, we walk up to Three Earrings.
Perfect.
Heidi.
So yeah, you'll see that they're restrained, but they're laying a bit more comfortably than they were when they were in their frozen state. And they're both laying in such a way that they can see each other, and you can see that they're talking. You'll kind of hear part of their conversation as you're coming up, and you'll hear Heidi just say, "No, I don't understand why they're doing this to you." And you'll hear kind of the purring, whispering of Three Earrings responding with, "Don't get it. Why would they do this to me?" And then they'll see you come up and kind of hush away their conversation and look towards you. "Yes, are you here to convict us of another murder? I don't understand."
Oh, well, no, actually. We're here to discuss what exactly is happening. I find myself quite at odds, and these things are not adding up.
Well, your guess is as good as mine. This is beyond what I thought this day would entail. I legitimately have no idea what's going on. I did not murder the Marquis. I've never met the Marquis. I've never been to Port Zoon. I don't know how they could pin this on me when I've never been there. I don't. And you'll see Heidi kind of like and try to comfort Three Earrings, but her hands are tied behind her back, so she's like trying to like rub her head on the top of Three Earrings' head, like, no, it's okay. Trying to calm her down a little bit.
Can I insight this
Yeah.
first statement?
Obligatory, do I believe her? Yeah.
Yeah, both of you can go ahead and roll insight if you would like.
God damn it. Only a 10.
16.
Harrison, you're still a little skeptical of Three Earrings. Like you obviously want to trust them, but you can't quite tell. They're kind of in shock at this point, so it's kind of hard to read. But Turley, yeah, you can read a little bit past the shock as being one with healing properties. You can kind of look past that kind of thing when people are processing trauma responses. And you can tell that she's telling the truth. Or at least she thinks she's telling the truth.
Sure. Can I also apply that insight check to how Heidi's responding too? As she said, I didn't do that.
Yeah, you can tell that she's being genuine in her attempt to care for Three Earrings here, and obviously she was just as blindsided by this as Three Earrings. Yeah.
Not getting the idea that she's like, she is framing, like it's actually Heidi that did it and she's framing Three Earrings.
Right. No, they're both just as clueless as you guys.
Sure. Player is super sus of everybody right now.
I mean, I saw Three Earrings vent, so
In navigation, you know.
The freaking admin room.
Mm-hmm. Every time with the card swipe.
Three Earrings, my darling. I would very much like to believe and help you if I can. Because, well, I can't really explain it. I've decided that I care for you. I think you're rather clever, and you use your mind to solve problems where most people would try to punch their way out, and I like that about you. And I would rather not see you meet demise for something that you didn't do. So I would like to help. And I cannot help if I don't know why it's possible that they think it was you.
And also, I'd like to add, I do believe that you didn't do it, or that you don't believe you did it, but we don't have any other information to go on besides what, people up there and, that guy over there that's polishing his sword have given us.
Well, I appreciate you still having trust in me even after all we've been through in our few short days together. you know, within the revelry, there's still talk within the higher ups to attempt to take on more responsibility within the Lucidian Ocean, more real estate, as you would. As it currently stands, the only base of operations that we have is out in Darktoe, procured by us some 40 years prior. We in the Revelry believed that the Clovis Concord were not doing a good enough job, and we wanted to try and make things a little bit easier for ourselves and have our own land to just call home. And you know, it's nice to be able to pull into port and know the dock members and the blacksmith and everyone, and not feel like you're being judged for the path that you've chosen in life. There's been talk of expanding that empire, but certainly not to any of the major cities within the Clovis Concord. It's a bit of a pipe dream, really, to try and take one of those, but we were hoping to start small and have a smaller port town or a small island that we could additionally claim for the Plank King. That's probably the only thing they have to go off of, and it doesn't make any sense why they would try and take me out with this.
I mean, pardon me, but none of that kind of seems like it's evidence that you committed a murder, though.
That's the only thing that I can think of, that I have motive to try and gain more land for the Plank King, and what better way to do it than to take down the main defense of Port Zoon.
Do you have an alibi, perchance?
I don't even know when or where this murder occurred, so the most that I could do was just know who I am as a person and be able to try and stay true to my own initiative. I don't I don't know what they want from me. I don't know when this happened, and you'll see Three Earrings kind of starting to spiral back into her accusatory state of disbelief and anger and anxiety.
No. Now is not the time to lose our wit and our minds. Stay focused, stay calm. So we need to find out when and where this supposed thing happened. If we can do that, we can establish your alibi, and we can create a counter argument to this situation that we find ourselves in currently.
This is... I didn't think that I would lose half of my crew and my ship and my integrity all in a 24-hour time span. This is not how I saw these events happen. It just... I don't understand.
To be fair, I was expecting a fish bowl that I never really got my hands on, so I feel on some level I can understand.
And you'll see Heidi kind of perk up and say, "Oh, the fish bowls at the tavern in Palma Flora."
Tavern.
Oh, I'm sorry you missed out on that. Those were some fun times.
Pardon me, ma'am, Heidi. You
Yeah.
haven't really spoken much about our questions. Would you care to weigh in and kind of help us help you a little bit, perhaps?
Well, the most that I can say is that I've been with Three Earrings for, gosh, a decade now. And she'll kind of look at Three Earrings and she's trying to rope her into the conversation to try and pull her out of her stupor. And you'll see Three Earrings kind of shake her head and nod. Yes, about 10 years now. And Heidi will continue. So I've always known of Darktoe's plans on expanding, as she said, but it taking on a major port city like Port Zoon is something more of like a 10-year plan, and this is something we've only been talking about for the last 6 months or so. Nothing concrete, and nothing that would allow us to fully engulf a city like that. Port Zoon's huge. We wouldn't be able to take that on immediately. We would need a whole fleet, an armada. We would need so much manpower in order to do that, and even then, we know realistically we can't do it. So I don't understand why they're trying to pin this on us.
Two things. As they're talking, Harrison would be trying to think about Port Zoon and maybe, and I forget again what level of government guy. What was he again?
He was the Marquis. So
Marquis, right?
like the top dog of the Clovis Concord.
Gotcha.
At least within that city.
Right. I think he would be trying to recall maybe what was this guy's like what was his platform? You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Like what was this guy about? What kinds of things was he trying to accomplish with his position of power? And try to get a sense of who might be at odds with that. Who else would have motive to kill the Marquis?
Sure. I'm thinking this is a history check.
Oh, thank goodness, because I do have a +7 in that.
Oh my god. 16.
16.
Okay, very good. So you would know that at the very least, you would know that the main port cities that have the largest population and the biggest defense systems each have a marquis. I think there's only 4 or 5 marquis within the Menagerie Coast, even though there's like 7 major port cities. The one in Port Zoon, you would know that his name is Alamad's Hadu. I can spell that for you. Again,
Would
weird
you
fantasy
please?
names. Yes. I'll type it in Discord as well. It is ALAMADS HADDOU. Alamad Hadu. And you would know that this gentleman is was a dwarf. He had a bunch of crafting guilds within Port Zoon, and was very influential within kind of expanding on the industry within the city. As being a dwarf and coming from his own background of I think he's from Uthadern. He prided himself very much so on being able to turn Port Zoon from like a touristy place into something that can actually produce and keep the wealth within the city.
Well, so tell me this. You didn't have anything to do with it, and while your merry band might have been planning something in the future, you didn't act upon it. But if it was not you, and it was not your crew, your band, your compatriots, who might have done this? Who would want? I mean, I suspect someone who maybe didn't want the industry of Port Zoon to grow, who perhaps had investments in the tourism side of things. That would be my best guess, but I'm not really a political intrigue guy. I'm more of a, this is how gills on a fish work, or how to cast prestidigitation.
Well, I admire your interest and your background. It's everyone can't be a fisherman. It's all right.
I was told that if you can't, those who can't do teach, and I decided to embrace it.
Well, we all need more teachers in this world. It's hard to say. I've been within the revelry for a couple decades now. Everyone knows who I am within this band. I'm almost essentially the right hand gal of the Plank King, or at least I'm attempting to gain promotion by securing more land for him and recruiting the best that I can, and disrupting merchant ships on their way to and from different ports. I'm really just trying to be teacher's pet. I think you would understand that.
Well, yes.
Besides that, it's really hard to say who would do this to me. I would like to think that I keep a relatively low enough profile, even when in these large port cities, that I keep my tail tucked between my legs and stay out of sight best that I can. I hardly ever leave my ship, or would have left my ship.
What does Heidi look like as Three Earrings is espousing that she doesn't think she has very many enemies?
Turley would be like paying close attention to Heidi while Harrison and Three Earrings are having this conversation too.
So you don't even need to roll for this. Heidi would be responding as if affirming what Three Earrings is saying is correct, and maybe kind of rolling her eyes a little bit when she says, well, I don't have that many enemies. As someone very close to the Plank King, you probably have a couple.
A couple, 2, 3.
Exactly.
Well, as the right-hand person to the Plank King, I find that you probably have a couple enemies that might be, either gunning for your position, or is there really no one in all the lands that you could conceivably put together a plot to frame you?
I truly don't know. I don't know if I upset a dockhand in Nicodranus, or maybe I took too much good bread from that sweet bakery in Basaft Isle. I don't know who would want to do this to me, but it remains to be seen. I just hope that I know that the revelry is not seen with kind eyes within the Clovis Concord. I just hope that they have enough trust within their system, and I can trust that system, that the truth will be found and I can walk free.
Harrison, do you need anything else, or
No, I believe that will be all, but I would suggest, do you happen to have... Well, no, you're in prison. How about you put your mind to making a mental list of everywhere you've been for some time. Clearly, Jarkal joined your crew under false pretenses, so whenever this thing happened, it must have been before then. So if you can begin to think of what you were up to around those times, and perhaps we can craft a solid defense to put forth in a court of law where due diligence is honored. But understand that I'm here to help if I can, and if you think of anything that might be helpful, I actually here, and he's gonna take Pliny off of his shoulder and kind of find a place for him to rest, and he'll look at Pliny. He'll get down eye level. Now listen, those wonderful people in there might need our help. So if they tell you to come get me, I'm gonna need you to... No, now don't. I'm not telling you how to live your life, Pliny. I'm just saying that this is an important task, and, well, it's not like you were doing anything anyway. So if they say something, you just come get me, all right? What? Well, plenty. This is a simple ask. Yes, of course I'll get you of course I will. Just please. What a fussy bird. He'll turn around and get ready to leave.
Perfect. Turley, you got anything else?
Yeah, I follow Harrison, wave and kind of smile and nod and limp my way behind Harrison.
Perfect. So we will rejoin Roman and Knight above board. What do you guys want to do? Who do you want to talk to?
First, how many crew members are there?
There are 3 guards / sailors. They kind of have dual roles within this ship. And then there's the captain. There's only 4 people on here.
Only 4 total.
Yep.
And this is sloop. Ish. Do we know the name of this vessel?
Yes, it's called the Moonbeam.
The Moonbeam. Moonbeam. So there's the captain, there's Jarkal, and then 2 other sailor guards.
Technically 3 other sailor guards. And then Jarkal and the captain. Sorry.
Yep.
Didn't mean to forget about Jarkal. I was just thinking about who is on this ship all the time.
So there's Herrick, Jarkal, and red shirts.
Red shirts. So good. It's fucking good.
I think is there just a general crew member that is performing a task of some sort, not like too seriously, but maybe just trimming the sails, or swabbing the deck, or just something menial?
Yeah, you'll come out onto the top deck, and you'll see someone adjusting the sail on the starboard side, kind of looking at you a little inquisitively, so you know that they're safe to approach.
I will walk up to this person.
Hello. My name is Roman. What is yours?
Pleasure to meet you, sir. The name is Ormond, Julius Ormond.
Okay. Herrick, Jarkal, Ormond.
Is he going to be alive long enough to write his name down?
Doesn't matter. He's a red shirt.
I'm just kidding.
He's the guy in Star Trek that's just doing this to the wall for no fucking reason.
Would you like some help with that?
Sure. You have experience?
Plenty. I grew up on the city and ocean, so.
Wonderful. You'll fit right in, and you'll see him kind of step aside. He's working on hoisting the sail, but he's kind of having a hard time getting the knot in place to hold it in place.
Would I be able to fashion this knot just really quickly?
Oh yeah. You don't need to do anything for that. You are you. You can do this in fashion. You'll whip up the knot really quickly with deft hands and expertise that only someone who's been on the sea for a very long time can do. And he'll kind of look at you astonished, like, didn't peg you as the ship kind of guy. You've got the garb for it and all that. But I don't know. You look a little fancy to me, sir.
thank you, I suppose. Yeah, I sailed for a long time. Now I'm in the adventuring business, I suppose, but if you want, I don't know how long you've been on the job, but I can show you how to tie these knots if you'd like.
Oh yeah, that would be great. I've been on this ship, the Moonbeam, for I don't know, I'd say a little bit less than a year. I'm kind of fresh out of the sailing academy, so I'm still getting my sea legs, but I'd like to think that I'm able to hold my own. But I won't say no to help.
So I'll just kind of in large exaggerated motions go through the process of tying the knot again, just to show Ormond.
So you do it like this, around, and you make the loops, and your bunny ears like
Bunny
this.
ears. Loops. Okay. Yep. Following. That's wow.
Yes. So yeah, it's weird that these people that we've captured have committed this crime. To think of it, I can't even remember hearing about the death of Wildemount.
Well, that's a good thing. That's something that we're trying to keep under wraps a little bit. Don't want to upset the Clovis Concord. Don't want to mess that up. It's already just being held together by very thin boards and nails. It's nice that you haven't heard about it. It's good to know that we're able to do our jobs and it isn't leaking out. Thank you for that.
It's interesting because, you see, nowadays I work in the line of investigation and kind of illegal privateering. And it's odd, especially since I've been so focused on pirates in general, that I haven't heard about this. Do you have any information you could share? Especially since I assume we'll be questioned and, I don't know, a part of the trial. I'd like to have some sort of idea of what I'm getting myself into.
Well, it's within our investigation that we understand that Three Earrings didn't have an accomplice. They were on their own, so we're not accusing you guys of anything whatsoever. We're just we're under the understanding that you've been within her crew for several days, within your will or against it, and have seen her actions firsthand. And it's not so much that you're here to testify against or for her, it's to understand the content of her character. So we can ask Jarkal a little bit. She's only been with the crew for about 10 days now, a fair decent amount of time. And we can, of course, talk to her her navigator here, Heidi, I think, the dwarf down below. But how people that are in combat with one another, they can kind of see each other's true sides a little bit. We understand that you guys fought with her a little bit, and that releases a bit of characteristics that we're interested in learning about Three Earrings. So really, that's all we're here to do with you guys, is to get to know a little bit about Three Earrings on your side so that we can better sentence her on our side.
Okay, well, it is, I mean, from what I've I've seen, and from the perspectives of my group, I suppose, I don't think 3 rings could do something like this. Of course,
Are you? Oh, sorry. Don't need to be telling me this. You're gonna talk to the detective. So feel free to save those words for yourself. Keep that to you, because it's just gonna go right over my head, my dude. Don't. I'm out here on the water too long to try and remember a lot of all this. So I don't want to be roped into the testifying myself. I appreciate your candor, I really do. But you're gonna go ahead and hold those words for yourself. And you'll see him kind of go back to working on a rope, trying to replicate the knot that you've taught him, and kind of look over his shoulder. If you have more questions, let me know. But the whole answering questions to me is irrelevant. I'm working on it, working on a promotion, but not yet.
Yeah, one more.
Yeah.
Can you tell me anything about the evidence?
Like how we know it was her?
Yeah.
There was a witness.
A witness?
Yes. Someone that identified her.
Confidential.
See, you get it, bud. Are you interested in being recruited? Because we've got a lot of opportunities within the Clovis Concord, and I think you would fit right in. You would honestly probably just pass me right up for that promotion that I'm trying so dang hard for. But the inquisitive nature that you have there, sir, I would commend you to maintain that course and keep going. I'm really impressed. I could really learn a lot from you instead of just these knots here. But yeah, we've got a witness. That's really all I can say.
Roman will just look at Ormond and just look at him and put a hand on his shoulder, tap, tap, and just walk away.
All right there, sir. Good talking to you, and just go back to trying to work on the rope there. Knight, what are you doing?
Well, the first thing I wanted to say was that after handing over the rod, Knight would be very acutely trying to pay attention to what they did with it. Does the captain still have it on them, or did they store it somewhere?
When you handed over the rod, you would have seen that the captain put it into kind of a large satchel at his side. And you would have also seen that he has tied up this satchel to one of the posts in the back of the ship. So it's within reach at all times, but he's not wearing it currently.
Okay. No, I mean, I don't think. I think Knight's just going to observe the captain in particular, but as we're transiting, I don't think there's anything he would want to do or say right now, just because he doesn't feel like it'd be worth the time.
That's fair.
That these folks are just bringing the prisoner back to the jail, and the people that are in charge are not here.
Yep.
So.
Yep. Go ahead and roll a perception check for me. Why don't you?
Okay. 15.
15. Yeah, it's pretty much what you assumed. The crew members are just working on making sure that the ship is sailing correctly. The one guard at the stairs is trying to help out within the vicinity the best that he can without so much as leaving his area, just in case. The captain is the one helming the ship. And he's kind of distracted with, the hustle and bustle of making sure that the navigating's appropriate and calling out orders to his crew. But you will see that he does keep looking back at the satchel to make sure that it's secure. You'll see him kind of walk over there and tighten the knot within the band of the satchel to make sure it's secure and not moving anywhere. But you wouldn't, you might not what am I trying to say here? You might not read anything more than he's just making sure his pack doesn't fall overboard.
Okay.
Is there anything else that you guys want to do? It's going to be a fairly quick trip to Port Damali. It would take normally enough time for you to take a long rest, but this ship is a lot faster than the Wave Chaser, so you'll probably get there by evening.
I don't need a long rest. I think we just had one, so.
Yeah, Turley's kind of just taking in the sea and the sights right now.
Does this ship have cannons?
Just 2 harpoons up at the front. No cannons.
It does have the harpoons. Good. So no gunpowder?
No gunpowder.
Harrison, I think would want to have a conversation, just a brief conversation with Jarkal.
Okay.
Just real quick. He would, after leaving, he would spend some time kind of talking, muttering to himself a little bit, and if we can't establish an alibi, then we really can't have a case. And if we don't have a case, kind of talking through it as he goes to find her and her duties.
Perfect. And you will see Jarkal kind of just tending to the ship, but since she isn't currently part of the crew, she isn't, lending all of her strength and willpower to the crew. She's kind of helping out here and there with some of the newer crew, but is mostly hands off at this point, enjoying the ride. And she'll see you approach and kind of nod. Hi,
Hello,
Harrison.
Hello, Jarkal. I just did Turley come as well? Just really as a side. Okay, perfect.
No.
Just double checking. Yes, Jarkal. Just really quick question. Do you really believe that this chain of events has occurred in the way that has been described? If you spend more time with 3 earrings, and I find it odd that you believe that she's capable of such a grisly task.
Well, I've spent just over a week with her, but she's fairly candid in revealing her intentions of, wanting to expand the Revelry Empire, and she as part of her recruitment process was asking whether or not we would be comfortable with that kind of activity. Didn't really realize it would be something as nefarious as the murder, but as as you all know, I was a plant within that recruitment process, so it only gave her more motive and helped me understand where she was coming from and wanting to do such a horrible thing.
You don't suspect that perhaps she's been framed, then? You believe her 100% guilty of this charge?
I mean, I'll be honest, I'm kind of on the fence. It was part of my job to come in and, become part of her crew and alert the shore warden here of her presence wherever she went, her intentions, so they knew about her intent to retrieve the rod. It's more of the, I don't know, it's more the way that she's treated her crew that doesn't make me think that she would have done this, but she's a pirate, and most pirates that I've met are largely nefarious in nature. I haven't met
It's part of the occupational hazard if you were to maybe have a proclivity for nefarious crimes and high misdemeanors. However, I can't help but wonder. You mentioned that in the recruitment process they discussed expanding the revelry. However, this seems a bit bold, does it not, to assassinate a Marquis just out the gate with seemingly no follow-up plan? And Three Earrings strikes me as a bit of someone who cares to have a plan. That doesn't strike you as odd?
I mean, knowing that the murder had occurred and just the next day I was able to be recruited, it doesn't strike me particularly odd. It just means that, maybe she was getting a head start on her plans. Maybe she's just trying to disrupt the Clovis Concord enough that they could find a weakness. Maybe this is them testing a weakness. Who knows? There's so many different things that could motivate someone to do something as horrible as murder someone. I could never find a reason to do it, so I personally can't understand it. But coming from the mentality that someone such as Three Earrings, who so desperately wants to have the affection and recognition from the Plank King, I feel like she would do anything to achieve that. But that's just me. I've only been around her for 10 days, so that could just be me reading into it a little bit. But that's what I've been able to figure out.
Right. Well, my next question is, I believe that there's a wonderful bakery in Port Damali, has fantastic ginger snaps. I'm wondering if you would happen to know the address or perhaps the name. It's been a long time and I don't quite recall, but I think I need to order some of those, so I might, just for several reasons.
Understood. There's, from what I understand, there's a few pretty good bakeries up in Port Damali. I've only been there maybe once or twice to the city, and it's a big city, so kind of I don't know exactly which one has the ginger snaps, but I know of several within kind of the port district and within the the merchant areas of the city, but I don't go much further than that, or at least I haven't. So
fair enough, and he'll put his hands up. Fair enough. I appreciate your time. Perhaps I'll have to ask Pliny. He always had a liking for those. Perhaps he remembers the particulars. But yes, thank you, Drakal. I appreciate your time. Yeah, nope, that's it. Thank you. And he'll just bow and head off to find the rest of the party.
You'll see her kind of just look confused, like, oh, okay, yeah, no problem. That's fine, I guess. And you rejoin the party. Is there anything that you guys want to do together, or we going?
If anybody would like to watch the waves with me, that's about all I'm doing. That wasn't
Cal?
an inviting scene. I was just saying I'm just watching that.
I'm up on the deck as well.
I think Harry's gonna be pretty deep in thought, trying to figure out there's more at play here. So I think he would probably be on the side of the ship, perhaps kind of talking about, well, there was this great assassination back 100 years ago where the motive was land, but it's different. Like, he's trying to kind of work through some of the particulars in his mind to figure out, if it wasn't Three Earrings, who the hell was it?
So as the party reconvenes on the deck of the ship, the day passing by as they question the prisoners and then question the crew, sailing just towards evening time, you'll see the large port city of Port Damali come into view, and you'll see it's like multi-tiered city system with the port, and then kind of residential behind that, and then larger, more fortuitous structures behind that. But it is massive. It might be some of the biggest cities some of you guys have seen. I know Turley's been here before, but have any of you three been here before either?
I
Good
think,
times, maybe.
yeah, it's a passing through kind of a deal. Maybe there was he went to see some of the historical sites to get a better understanding. So when he taught history to his pupils, he'd be able to kind of speak more readily to it. But that was years ago.
Yeah, I don't think Knight's never really been to any of the big cities on the Menagerie Coast. They went basically straight from his home to Zadash. So
Very good.
has heard of them all, but
It's a bit north for Roman. Roman would have probably stuck to Nicodranas, Port Zoon areas.
Okay. Yeah, so you dock into the city, and it is loud and boisterous here. The dock here has, a lot of workers making sure everything is in ship shape. Boats and ships are coming in and out of the port constantly. Some you can see, several hundred yards within the radius of you guys. Everything's like being loaded onto ships and things are being taken off. You recognize that the port that you've pulled into is more of like the trade part of Port Damali. And the captain and the crew, they go down below deck and they retrieve the prisoners. But at this point you see that most of the features of both of these prisoners have been covered up in some way, either by the burlap sacks that they were laying on, or for Three Earrings, she's been kind of cloaked. And you'll see one of the guard sailor guys come up with Three Earrings kind of looped around their shoulders, and very quickly moving off of the ship onto the dock and proceeding with a quickened pace. And then you'll see another guard sailor come and do the same thing with Heidi. But since she's much smaller, they're kind of just carrying her. They're still restrained, and you can kind of see underneath their coverings that they do still have rope around their wrists, and kind of a restrained version on their ankles, though they are still able to walk on their own, at least Three Earrings is. And you see these two kind of just book it up the docks, while the dock workers are making quick work to make sure that the ship is safely nestled within the port here. We are going to take a quick break here. Give us about 5 to 10 minutes, everybody, probably closer to the 10-minute side. And we'll be back with more of whatever we're doing here in Port Damali. there we go. Hey, everybody. Thanks for hanging in there. Sorry, I had to call my family because, fun fact, I got engaged just several hours ago. So had to try and call the rents, and they were not answering. So I had to call my dad's phone. He's like, "Well, Ashley never calls me."
Why are you calling me?
Yeah.
Something must be wrong.
Yeah. So yeah, thanks for hanging in there, friends. I'm adjusting my mic because I was told that I'm loud. There we go. So last we left off, we had our fine mighty adventurers aboard the Moonbeam, a shore warden ship of the Clovis Concord, arrive in Port Damali and dock. Shortly after docking, the captain had ordered 2 of their crewmates to take the 2 prisoners, 3 Earrings and Heidi Axebeard, kind of disclose them a little bit, and beat feet off of the dock to an undisclosed location. So at this point, our fine adventurers here will see the group of 4 just book it. They're out. They're not even on the dock anymore before you could even realize where they've gone. They're gone.
Okay, well, I would pay attention to where the captain took that satchel.
Okay. The captain has the satchel attached to him now. Shortly after docking, he would have taken it, affixed it to him, kind of crossbody, much like an Indiana Jones satchel, and would have given the orders and headed off the dock. Jarkal would have stuck behind, still removing herself from the ship, but remaining there to help guide you guys off of the ship. This way, you guys. And if we can hurry, that would be ideal.
Why is
Where
that?
are we hurrying to?
I will tell you when we get there. I
don't like that.
I know. I'm sorry. That came out wrong. Listen, the whole spy
Definitely
game.
sounded like you were going to kill us.
That's nope. I don't. Nope. That's what. Nope.
Shady business.
Sorry. No. We're just trying to get to the Clovis Concord chambers here, and we gotta keep moving. Okay.
Fun fact: Turley, that's me, doesn't do fast.
That's fine. Move at your pace. If
Fast as me.
oh, sorry. Do you need help with that?
No, I'm fine. Just don't go running.
Lead the way.
Sure. And you'll see you'll see Jarkal kind of just wait for everyone to get off the ship, and she'll guide you in the direction that the group had already gone. But you can't see them in sight anymore. The captain, the 2 crew members, and the 2 prisoners are nowhere in sight. But they will lead you through the dock area over here, very quickly taking alleys and side avenues down some corridors, and just within, I don't know, maybe a couple minutes, you'll arrive at a pretty nondescript building. There's a door, there's a small landing, and there's a lantern right outside. No sort of indication of what kind of business this is, which is only slightly odd considering most of the other buildings are fairly well kept. There's windows, there's, shops and whatnot, but this building is tucked behind several other of these shops. And it kind of just looks like just a square.
Two things, only slightly odd. Funny choice of words. Second, Turley would be paying very close attention to everyone he passes and on the lookout for anyone he recognizes the whole time. The entire time we're in Port Damali. Just a heads up.
Okay, no problem.
This, I'm gonna have to repeat what my friend back there said. Where are you taking us? Because this is just a random building.
We need to go inside now. So if everyone can scooch
Don't
on
like
through.
that even more, Turley.
No, I know. I'm sorry. Gosh, I'm coming from a sailor position into a spy position. It's just learning on
Are
the
there
job
not,
here.
Actual courts of law that we might go to for, or this seems like the kind of place that one would get themselves tied up and just the absolute bejesus kicked out of them. And if that's the kind of testifying we're about to do, that's not my thing.
No,
It's very irregular.
I know. It's how the Clovis Concord works. We're kind of working on restructuring internally a little bit, so we're hoping to move out of this. It's a whole thing. Just if you would.
This is the kind of place where you restructure my internals. I would rather not go in there.
You'll see Jarkal kind of chuckle, which is it's fun to see a half orc smile, because then you just get to see more of their toothy grin. And she'll just kind of laugh to herself as she still has her hand out. Please just go inside. It's gonna be okay, I promise.
I'll go inside.
Obligatory. Do I believe her? Him? It?
I mean, it's a her, but if you want to roll an insight check, please feel free to.
Absolutely, I do. 17.
17, very good. You can tell that she's just really nervous. She seems pretty green in this job. So
green.
How's my staff? Is my staff freaking out?
No, you're good.
Harry, I think we're gonna be okay if we just go inside. I think this one's just new at all this.
Guys, I'm really
she
sorry.
should work on her witness side manner.
I'll keep that in consideration. Thank you, Harrison. And she will.
It took a minute, but I got Tyrant. Hell yeah.
So good. And you'll see her hold the door open for you guys as you guys walk in into this building, and you walk into a pretty nondescript room. There's a table with a few strewn papers, and quill and ink pot. A fairly common chair behind it. The room itself is square, if not kind of small. So all of you kind of fitting in here is a bit cramped. But you see the door that you walked in, and then there's another door right behind it in that room with a small window to the side of it. It is glass, but it's fairly dark glass, and it's kind of hard to see through. And while there's no one there at the table, you will see a little bit of light illuminate behind the window, and you'll hear the mechanism of the door unlocking, and it'll open, and you'll see a halfling standing there, also fairly nondescript, wearing a dark robe over his clothing, but you'll see just a plain brown tunic underneath, some leather boots. Kind of just looks like a random halfling hanging out in here. But he'll open the door and kind of nod at Jarkal and say, "Yes, come on in." Perfect, thank you. Yes, right this way. And
Harrison is gonna move in, just side eyeing everything and looking around, incredibly suspect.
So
in his head, calculating a plan for escape, but just really upset that he doesn't have a fulcrum at the moment.
That's great. So
Stop looking at my quarterstaff.
Stop looking
Not
at
long enough.
Stop looking at mine too, please.
Well, if we put them, it's fine.
So as you pass through this door, you will notice that it's pretty cramped in here. If anything, it's just a hallway that leads to a staircase that descends. Just a couple wall sconces, a small table just before the stairs, but nothing else. Jarkal will step forward ahead of your group and descend the staircase with the halfling and just say, right this way.
DM, will I fit?
It's like 10 feet wide, so the hallway is just over 10 feet wide, and then the staircase is...
Are we being led into a dark, dank basement?
I mean, do you want to see?
Yes.
Jeez.
Oh god.
Yes, let's
Hang
see
on.
the battle map.
Hang on. Hang on. Hang on.
Am I getting stranger?
Well.
Am I getting stranger danger? Pennywise the clown feels right now.
I mean, my staff isn't lighting up. I'm so concerned. I don't know.
No, y'all are
Harrison
okay.
out loud would say, "This kind of feels like being taken to a secondary location, Jarkal, and I've got to tell you, the statistics on that kind of activity are not great."
I mean, no, you're
What
okay,
in
right?
the hell?
You're all right. Everything's fine.
Oh, okay.
Less dark and murdery, more kind of cozy, I guess.
You guys can see everything on the map, right?
Yep.
Okay, because I can't figure out how to, like, if I'm making a map, if I
Yep.
have walls, it's weird. It's fucking strange.
This looks like a hideout.
So you'll be led down the stairs into another small hallway, only 10 feet wide, more nondescript wall sconces and a door on the other side. Jarkal and the halfling will continue forward. The halfling will unlock the door and proceed forward. And just as he opens the door, you'll see a table with a bunch of food prepared on the other side, kind of just random vegetables, fruits, some bread, and some meats and stuff. Kind of just looks like an impromptu break room. But they'll walk in. Oh shit, I just resized them. And then move out of the way so that you guys can come into the room as well. Feel free to move your characters.
Yeah, Turley would be
Yeah.
the last one in. Kind of
Harrison
duck in through the door.
stick somewhat close to Knight, because he seems to be the one that can maybe leverage their way out of this.
Oh man, I cut off part of the map. Hang on. I want to move it. Okay. I might mess up the squares. No, we're good. All right. So, oh wait, no, I did mess it up. Oh shit, come down there. Sorry, I'm really proud of this stupid little map that I
Earrings
made.
escaped.
Oh shit!
Amazing map. It's very, very good.
Thanks. So, yeah, you guys are just in this hallway. There's a table with a bunch of food. There's a table with kind of some effects on it. You'll see a stack of cards, some kind of tossed coins on there, and some letters. And there's kind of more an official-looking desk over to the right, with, you know, stacks of papers, more inkwells, and scrolls and whatnot. And the halfling will try and get your attention. If you would join me in here for just a moment, and he'll open another door right behind him, and lead you into a much larger chamber, where you can all kind of situate yourself wherever you'd like. But as you enter, you'll see there's an elf standing by the door as a guard. You'll see the captain on one side of a desk, and then Heidi on the other side. She's still restrained, but the coverings that were protecting her from the view of random citizens within Port Damali, those have been removed, and she's just sitting there with her hands tied at her wrists. As you walk in, you'll hear Captain Herrick say, "So I'm looking for an alibi here, Heidi. Can you give me one?" And he'll nod at the halfling and Jarkal and see that you all have joined the room. "Ah, welcome. Thanks for joining us. Took you long enough. Just getting
I'm
some
sorry.
information here from the dwarf.
Quick question: why is we not in, an actual dungeon? This feels very suspect to bring, people accused of such crimes to such a seemingly illegitimate location.
Well, as we're operating within the jurisdiction of the Clovis Concord, we are able to take any building that we so choose for said interrogations, and this is one of our designated locations for such a thing within this city. It's typically a small holding cell where we can interrogate those that we wish to gain information from, and it's seen to by our fine fellow over here, and he'll kind of just nod over to the elf that's standing by the door. It's also kind of just a storage area for us. We try and be discreet when we need to question such people. Is it okay if I continue?
Please.
Hmm?
Yes, continue.
Thank you. And you'll see the captain kind of shift his attention back to Heidi, who is looking concerned, but she's not, unwilling to give information at this point. He'll just kind of clasp his hands and say towards her, "So I'm looking to understand where your captain was some 12 days ago. I understand you were docked in Nicodranus, is that correct?" And you'll see Heidi just nod, kind of messing with the bindings at her wrists a little bit, seeing that she's slightly uncomfortable. Yeah, we were there for recruitment. That's really it. We were Nicodranus for that. Seeming very confident in her answer. The captain is not really pleased with the answer. So he'll push further with, "So you were there for recruitment. That checks out. That's how we were able to secure Darkhall on your ship there. Pray tell, did you see the captain leave the ship at any time?" Heidi will look kind of nervously around the room, meeting the eyes of Darkhall and then meeting the eyes of you, Knight, and you, Ramon. She'll kind of shakily admit, "No, maybe once, but the captain doesn't usually leave her quarters, even when we're docked." The captain will sit back in his chair and kind of cross his arms. "So she left her ship, even though she usually doesn't. Do you know where she left to?" Heidi will again sit in her chair and fuss about a little bit. "That's not for me to discuss, but I do know that she wouldn't have done this. You have to understand, this isn't the thing that she would do." And the captain will hold up a hand as if to tell her to hush.
Can Harry wants to inside check Heidi at this point to see, like, if she's being honest, like, first of all. But I think, like, trying to detect, like, are these answers being coerced? You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, we're in a scary basement. Like,
Yeah.
Is she being fully honest, or is this coercion?
We're a bench away from waterboarding right now.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, right. 21.
Sick 21 there.
I know, thank God, for once. Harry's pulling through with the social skills.
Knight's paying attention too.
Okay. So the two of you will notice the hesitation from Heidi, and kind of looking around in your surroundings, you'll see that this place isn't really a welcoming locale. Not only is it dark and dingy and very cold down here, you'll notice just behind the halfling and Dark Hall, there's some weapons kind of broken off and shoved into a corner. Even this chest over here has several weapons poking out from the chest. Over here, you'll notice kind of like a blacksmith area, but most of the instruments look like they've been within the hot coals for a little bit longer than they should have been. There's a water barrel over here that has a
No bench. There's no bench.
no bench. It's just a water barrel.
You can do it with a chair.
Just dunk. just dunk their head in for a little while, and you know.
I mean, why not?
I think that's just drowning.
Yeah, pretty much. It doesn't look like a really nice place to have a solid morning. So it's perhaps the environment that's kind of doing it in for Heidi, with her hesitation for wanting to be truthful here, or at least divulge any information. But for the most part, you can tell that she is being truthful. She knows that Three Earrings would have left sometime when they were reported or docked, but doesn't.
But it seems like she's telling the truth.
Yeah. She knows that Three Earrings left. She just doesn't know why, and you know that she's telling the truth on that.
Okay. Okay. Harry's gonna look at the blacksmithing and just under his breath, barbaric, really, and continue to listen.
Turley nods at Harry, agreeing.
You'll see, Harrison. You'll see that the halfling meets your eyes and kind of recognizes what you just alluded to, and looks over at the materials and just kind of shakes his head. At which point the captain will stand up from his chair and say, "Danlin, I believe it's your turn." And then the halfling will move into the seat. He'll have grabbed several planks that were sitting in the corner over here to stack in the chair so he can sit on them and have a little bit more height in the chair. And he'll look over at Heidi.
Can I get a spelling on his name just really quick?
Yeah.
Danlin?
Danlin. Danlan. I will type that in the Discord. Danlin.
Perfect.
Oh,
Thank
And that's who's asking questions.
Yes. Sorry, there's an extra A in there for some goddamn reason. There we go.
Because reason.
Yeah, because reasons. So yeah, you see the halfling make himself comfortable in the chair. He'll kind of sit up a little bit more properly, fold his hands in his lap, look directly at Heidi and say, "So please tell me about all the information that you know about the revelry attempting to secure more land for the Plank King." Heidi will obviously look very nervous, very uncomfortable in this situation, and say, I don't know what you mean by that. That's the Plank King is secure with the land he has in Darktoe. We've made a pact with y'all that we're not gonna supersede on any of the Clovis Concord land, and it's not in our interest to do so. The halfling will just sit there, emotions not changing, his expression staying fairly astute. Well, come now, Heidi. We know that that's not true. We know what the Plank King is up to. You've been with Three Earrings for quite some time, have you not? And Heidi will just kind of nod. I understand that you hold some affection for this Three Earrings. Is that not correct? And Heidi will look desperately confused. as if a deep, dark secret of hers has suddenly been revealed. You can see sweat starting to form at her brow, and she's even more nervously tugging at the binding at her wrists. I don't know where you would get that information, sir. That's private. That's not for you to know. And Danlin, not missing a beat, would that not motivate you to continue working for Three Earrings, knowing that everything that she's doing is to advance the Plank King? Would you not do anything in your power to make sure that her needs are met and she is well supported in her endeavors? Well, as a friend and as a colleague, of course. Danlin will suddenly notice that you all are listening in on this conversation. Eric, would you mind? And you'll see the captain kind of nod and move towards the door. Darkhall, would you mind helping out? And they'll both kind of hope to corral you out of the interrogation room.
Oh, about that though, why can we not? What are your plans with this young woman? This is absolutely a torture basement, and I do not feel comfortable leaving her in this condition when she has yet to be willingly proven guilty of any crime.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay here too.
Well, I don't think you have a choice in that matter. You either leave or you leave.
Oh, I don't appreciate the way that was phrased to me currently. Surely we can talk this out and use our words and not resort to just horrific, war crimes.
You'll see the captain kind of walk over to you, Harrison, hands behind his back, and he'll just kneel down a little bit so he's within closer earshot of you. This is outside of my control. Danlin here has higher jurisdiction than I do, and if I do not follow, then I too will be reprimanded. So you either leave, or I force you to.
I do not believe you understand my intention here, good sir. I will refuse to leave this place because that young woman has zero evidence brought against her for a crime and therefore should not be treated in this fashion. This is barbaric, hellish, and horrible, and I will not. If you must threaten me and hurt me, then so be it, but this is absolutely depraved.
What is our purpose here? We were led to this room, and now you want us to leave. Why are we here?
Danlin will shift himself in his seat, kind of shifting himself on the planks, trying not to fall off. And he'll look towards you, Knight. Well, I'm here to question you, of course, but I need just a moment alone with Miss Axebeard over here, and then you will be able to re-enter. I apologize for the odd nature of all this, but I have my ways with needing to get answers. I promise you, nothing nefarious will come of this woman. She will be right as rain, and just as you see her now, you will see her as you re-enter the room in just a moment. But
Insight check.
yeah, go for it.
Hell yeah, 17.
Torley definitely wants that too.
Yeah, well, I was talking
Holy.
to him,
Yep.
so... where's my thingy? There it is.
Is that a personal question?
17.
17. Okay. If you guys will hang tight, I'm gonna send you some whispers.
I was ready.
Yeah, it is clear from the way Torley is standing in this room right now that he is was kind of looking around with a smile on his face, kind of taking everything in, I've never been a part of a trial before. This is so amazing. This is great. And then when it became clear that there was some torture shit about to happen, smile's gone from his face now, and he's in full mama bear protect mode. He's not letting this happen.
Yeah, Harrison's in full "can I speak to your manager, please" mode.
Talk amongst
Also-
yourselves for just a moment, please.
where in D&D Beyond does it say where like the weight and height and everything is? Because I remember putting it in, but I can't find it.
Oh,
It's in
Description.
description, yeah.
Thank
Sometimes
you.
it doesn't show up and it's weird.
Yeah, it's D&D Beyond being strange. It also depends on the window size that you have as well. So like if the character sheet isn't fully maxed out, then it would be like in a little square box in the bottom right of the screen. It's weird. It's very strange.
Many much whispers. What's because I don't think we've heard too much from Ramon. What's Ramon been doing this whole time? Just admiring the torture techniques, or like what's going on here?
He's been sitting on the anvil, just with his legs crossed, his legs and arms crossed, and has just been watching everything. But when everybody kind of stirs and is becoming a little more defiant, he's going to try to catch Heidi's eye if he can.
Okay. She'll meet Roman's eye and just kind of like nod her head towards the door, like, go.
Very, very discreetly, using Thieves' Cant. Roman is going to sign out the symbol for watching and nearby.
You doing this to Heidi?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thieves Cant be like kind of a variant Thieves Cant for Dark Toe.
Right.
I mean, like,
right. So she will recognize that. Just kind of hold your gaze for as much as she can. And then very quickly look over at the door, nod her head while she does it again, and then look back at Danlin.
Harry, Turley, I think we can probably leave without there being any problems, but we can stay nearby.
and Roman will kind of walk over to Harry and just kind of like make a like just a kind of what's his name? What's your familiar's name?
Plenty.
Plenty. And Plenty is a owl, correct?
Mm-hmm. A small
That's what I
little
thought.
brown owl who's very, very grumpy.
And so Ramon will just kind of sidle up to you and just kind of shift a bit and then go,
Who?
Plenty from his like grumpy like position, when you do that, will turn and like sidestep over to Harry's other shoulder, like away from you.
So as you guys are doing this, Knight's gonna step over to Danlin and say, I believe I might be able to assist. And he kind of looks at Heidi and says, is it your intention to be truthful and answer the questions you are asked?
Everything's fine.
I would like to do something to you, but I request that you would submit willingly.
That sounds
I promise
Strange.
it will be painless, but it will make it so you are unable to tell a lie, and therefore lend credence to the words you say to Mr. Danlin here.
Danlin will look at you and kind of nod his head as if to approve. That's fine. She gives her consent, then
I would only do it if she was willing.
and you'll
And
see.
he looks back at Heidi.
Yeah, you'll see Heidi meet your gaze, and she still looks nervous, understandably, but she'll just kind of sit up a little bit straighter. Say, if they want the truth, then they can have it. So she'll nod towards you.
Okay, so the thing I'm going to do, it does say I can choose to have these attacks do no damage, so it will be painless.
Sick.
So I step over, and you'll see Knight looks like he's about to put a couple hurting punches on her, but you'll kind of notice he does it really fast, but maybe you can or can't notice, but he pulls a punch a little bit, but he's hitting very precise locations
Sick.
on her body. And there you go. It's in the chat there. What happens? I'll mark off a key point. All right.
Man, monks are cool. All right, so you
It
feel
also-
okay. Go
sorry.
ahead. Go ahead.
No. Sorry. I thought you were going to wait for a second. Nope, go.
No, I was just gonna say that you feel confident that the action that you were attempting to make has taken. Danlin recognizes this maneuver. Waits until you meet his gaze, if you do at all. He'll nod in approval, and just motion behind him towards the door.
I'll start heading toward the door.
And you'll see the captain and Dark Hall also following swiftly behind.
Harrison will look at like what just happened, just clearly not happy with like the way things are going down, and he'll look at Danlin and then point a finger at Heidi, and to Danlin will say, "If I come back in here and she is in any different condition, I will have several strongly worded letters." But as he's pointing at Heidi, he casts message, and she'll hear him say like, "My dear, we will be outside of this door, and you need only but scream, and I swear to you, I will be here with several strongly worded letters."
Perfect.
It's very Galadriel of you.
That's so good. That's so good.
Is anyone escorting us out, or are we just being asked to leave?
So you'll see that the elf that hasn't moved from their post is there waiting for you to leave. Jarkal and the captain have already moved outside of the door, but you can well, from your stance, Turley, you can't really see this, but you would have seen them move through. Knight, you can see that they are standing guard on either side of the door, on the other side in the hallway. Ramon, you can kind of see Jarkal and Herrick standing there waiting for you to come through.
Turley will go towards the hallway to leave. So like this hallway part right here.
Mm-hmm.
And I would like to take a look at the door and to see if I get a sense that this is some sort of there's any sort of magical ward on it, like a sound barrier of some kind, like a padded wall situation.
Sure. Make an Arcana check for me.
Oh, at 19.
Oh boy. It's pretty good. You would notice that there is some sort of enchantment on this door that does prevent not only manipulation in poor deeds, trying to break down the door wouldn't do anything, but you would notice that the sound on the other side is much more muffled than it should be with this kind of door. And this is like an iron kind of door. It has a little slit for a window that is currently shut, but when you were within the interrogation room, you would have seen that there is like a slight little sliding mechanism to open and shut it.
Does the person I'm most concerned about seem anxious or happy?
Make an insight check.
God damn it. How about a 22?
Damn. Yeah, she seems kind of teeter-tottering. She's trying to put on a brave face, but she's anxious. And now you all are in this hallway.
I haven't left yet. I have not left yet.
Oh, you're just chilling there?
Spectre status recognized.
Turley, what the hell was that? Oh, sorry. I gotta turn off my alerts for my goddamn channel because they'll come through even on here. So sorry about that. But you'll see the captain holding out the door, waiting for you to come through. It's either you're in or you're out.
Oh, well, if I have an option, then I'll stay. And I walk back into the room. And I sit down on the other side of the door. On the ground.
Charlie.
Yeah, Harry, if it's okay, I'm just gonna stay right here.
Harry's gonna look around and again kind of offer his hand down with a finger pointed out to Turley, and will message, Charlie, what exactly is going on here?
One of these people is very good at interrogating people, if you know what I mean. And they seem pretty anxious right now. Do I still have words? Can't remember a message.
I don't think message has a limit, does it?
I don't know.
No, it doesn't. It's just you hear
not
it,
like sending.
and only
Right.
I can
Yeah.
hear your response.
They're going to do something. I can feel it.
Do something. How?
More messages. I
Yeah,
think,
he's just holding holding a hand out with a finger pointed, so he'll can continually cast.
well, like torture, soundproof doors, soundproof walls. We're not gonna know if something happens in here.
Maybe not. He'll look at Heidi. I do not feel right about this, Turley.
Hey, listen. If I have a feeling I know what y'all are about to do in here, and if something goes wrong, you might want someone with my particular skill set to help out, don't you think?
Danlin will kind of shift in his seat and look behind him towards you, Turley. You're a healer, are you not?
That's right.
You'll see him kind of think for a moment and weigh his options.
Listen, I can just tuck inside this shell if you need me to. I promise I can't hear too much in there. Otherwise, good luck moving a 522-pound turtle shell.
Turtle, if you must remain, Fine. Wizard, you may leave.
Totally.
All right.
Fine, but understand that there will be someone will hear about this if things do not go according to, peaceful measures. I do not care for this. And he'll step back out into the hall.
The elf within the interrogation room will shut the door, and Harrison, Knight, and Roman, you can't hear anything that's happening in there. Would you mind taking off your headsets for a second?
Yes, can you tell me first if I see a key anywhere around here?
A key. Make a investigation check.
First roll of the night. Let's go. Come on. Come on. Come on.
You haven't rolled at all tonight?
I don't think so.
Jeez.
4. Headset
No.
going off.
Doesn't even need an answer. I love it. So Turley, you're here remaining in this interrogation room while Danlin just shifts complete focus over to Heidi. So, Dwarf, where were you 12 nights prior? And as per the extort truth from our dear friend Knight, she kind of tries to hold something back but can't, and says, I was on the Wave Chaser. I was meeting with several folks within Nicodranus to secure recruitment opportunities, resupply, and ensuring that Three Earrings was safe. Danlin won't hesitate with continuing his questions and say, ensuring Three Earrings is safe, does that mean protecting her when she's committed murder? And Heidi will say, Three Earrings would never do such a thing. Danlin will push. So you say that she left the ship? Heidi will say, yes. Yes, she did. As she always does in Nicodranus. Danlin will clasp his hands and lean onto the table, which is a bit uncomfortable for him sitting on the plank. Sorry, I know you're jotting a lot down.
Oh, it's fine. I can write fast.
He'll say, as she does every time she reaches Nicodranus, yes? Heidi will nod. What does she do in Nicodranus every time she is there? You say she doesn't leave the ship. Why would she go somewhere else within Nicodranus other than the ship? And Heidi will nod. I don't know. I don't know where she goes. She doesn't tell a soul, not even me. And I'm her best friend. Danlin will continue. What business do you know of the Plank King? What can you tell me about him in his attempt to overthrow port towns and port cities? Heidi will affirm herself and say, I apologize for lying before. The Plank King wants more land. Danlin will nod. Right. We knew that. Is he going for Port Zoon now? Or 2 years from now with his previous plans? Heidi will nod. 2 years from now. But hopefully sooner. Danlin will kind of sit back in his seat So why murder the Marquis now? And Heidi will say, I'm really unsure. This was not part of the plan. The plan was to take Broken Bank or one of the southern isles. Not Port Zoon. Port Zoon is too soon. Danlin will shake his head and he'll look back at you, Turley. Did you get the information you were looking for, sir?
Oh, I was just making sure that one didn't do anything funny. That's all.
Perfect. Danlin will stand up, remove the planks from the chair, go put them back in the corner, and motion to the elf by the door. The elf will go and retrieve Heidi, grabbing her by the restraints, and guiding her back towards the door. Are you gonna stay here for the whole thing, Tortle?
Well, I'm sorry, define whole thing?
Well, we're talking to Three Earrings next.
I mean, I guess, sure.
Clearly you see that these, as your friend put it, barbaric torture devices are not preferred in my methods. Does that not secure your...
excuse me, that's only because my friend, did the whole, thing with, I mean... If we can bring him in here again so that you can have the same success with Three Earrings, then yeah, absolutely, sure.
I will admit that is fairly advantageous to myself.
I mean, it's a lot easier, right? They just tell you. You don't have to coerce them.
I would just continue to ask until they cease to wish to answer.
Sure, I'm just saying that it's easier. I mean, maybe you should get yourself a monk or something. It just seems like the Cobalt Soul is a little bit, more humane about this process.
He's just...
Well, what do I know? I'm a foreigner.
Danlin is just staring daggers. So cute. Into your soul, Turley. And at this point, the elf will have opened the door.
Hey, so I was getting uncomfortable.
Oh no! I'm sorry.
Wrong time, gang.
I had Harrison conjure a pack of bobby pins for me,
What?
and I just rolled a natural 20 for a 30 to unlock the cage.
Harry.
Cool.
So can we RP this out? I feel like
Yeah,
Roman would
please.
have kind of sidled up.
Actually, this is perfect opportunity. Can I go do my mom's meds while you guys are doing this? Because
Do
I
the
wouldn't
thing.
know this.
Of course.
Yeah,
Yeah, go for it.
Harry would have, coming out from the door, would have immediately turned to Jarkal and the captain and been like, "I do not appreciate this. This is highly irregular and unusual, and all of the things." And he would start kind of pestering these two about the things. Roman, would you use that opportunity to move up to Harrison?
As he's talking to the peeps there,
Mm-hmm.
Harry, let's not bother the nice people.
I don't think this is nice. I think this is crude and barbaric and just horrifying. I don't know what they're doing to that young woman in there. Birds in there.
I agree, but can I talk to you real quick?
If you must. And Harry will turn on his heel and stride back to Roman, but it should be noted that Pliny just glares at the two of them as Harrison walks away. Roman, what is it? We need to figure out how to get in there.
Yeah. Do you have any bobby pins?
Bobby,
I would step up to the captain and start talking to him.
Bobby, do you mean like what ladies put in their hair?
Yes. Or
Your hair
or
looks
any,
fine. Why do you ask?
any wire?
Hey, Knight, can you roll a performance check for me?
Sure.
Well, why?
It's a 12.
Thank you.
Right. Well, yes, I suppose I could do something, and yeah, he'll conjure a bobby pin
Dope.
and hand it over to Roman. I mean, if you intend to use this for more than an hour, you'll need to let me know, because we'll need more of them.
Oh,
Well, or a new one, or...
I don't think I'll need it for that long. Thanks, though.
Okay, well, great.
And Roman will pocket it and just wait a little bit. And then wait for the captain and Jarkal to be in conversation or distracted.
I would be talking to the captain about wanting to know, how I appreciate if a crime has been committed, that justice must be served and the perpetrator must be found. The Cobalt Soul is all about the truth, the actual truth. And I would also mention that I am obligated to report back everything that I witness to my superiors, as he would have to his superiors. So this kind of conversation.
Sure. You'll certainly hold the attention of Captain Herrick and Jarkal. As, they're both within law enforcement and they take pride in the work that they do. The captain will kind of stand slightly boastfully and say, "Why, yes, it is our civic duty to make sure that, those that go against the law are swiftly dealt with firm punishment, and any sort of sentencing that is appropriate for the deeds that they have dealt." I'm very, very honored to see that you recognize that. And as this conversation is happening, Roman is slipping off into the kind of holding cell area.
Psst. 3 earrings. Psst.
Yes, sea elf.
Shh.
Roman will slip the bobby pin out of his pocket and seamlessly, in a moment, unlock the cage with that natural 20.
It's a shame you didn't want to be a part of my crew. Could have used your talents. I'm using them right now. This is fantastic.
Did
So...
you kill the Marquis?
No, why would I? There wasn't a...
Do you know who did?
No. If I did, would I be here right now?
Here.
When 3 earrings fought, do I know what she would have used weapon-wise?
Yeah, you would have noticed that she had a rapier that she used during combat on the Wave Chaser. And I believe she also used her offhand dagger as well.
Okay. I will hand her... I will hand her one of my rapiers and a dagger.
Oh. All right. Oh.
I guess this is happening.
Just give us a moment.
Jarkal, surely you cannot... There's a person in there, Jarkal. We cannot allow this to continue. I understand that you've been recently promoted to the position of espionage and spying, but you must understand that this is completely unacceptable.
Yeah, I don't like it here. Oh, I'll tell you that much.
Well, then we should do something about it.
I can't. It's out of my hands.
What do you mean you can't?
It's
You can tell this is wrong. Let's fix it. Unlock that door so we might go in and make sure they're all right.
well, fine. And just as Darkhall is about to open the door, the elf on the other side has opened the door, with Heidi directly behind her. Hello, excuse me, I need to move past you.
Well, I would like to see my friend, and I would like to see the young woman and make sure that they're all right first.
And you'll see the elf kind of move out of the way. She has to move fairly far out of the way since Heidi is so much shorter than her. But you'll see Heidi standing there perfectly fine.
Heidi, Turley, is everything all right? And Harrison will pop his head in and look around.
Can I see this as I'm rounding the corner?
Yeah, you can. How tall is Harrison, by the way? Just curious.
Ooh, a good question.
Fun
I don't
question.
remember. He's 5'9". He's 5'9".
Oh, okay. Yeah, Roman, you can see, in front of Harrison, there's the guard elf. You might not be able to see Heidi very well, but when the elf does kind of duck out of the way, you will see the familiar red hair of the elf. Or, sorry, the dwarf.
Do I see Turley's thumb up
Oh, yeah.
through the door?
Yeah, you do.
Okay. Roman will swing around the corner, see that, and then immediately swing back and say,
Give me the weapons.
I don't know what happened outside, but Turley would give the okay for what happened on the inside.
It's so
Trust
good.
me.
Turley, tell me what has happened. Tell me what has happened. I must know.
Okay.
You have all your fingers, all your limbs.
"Mm."
Yeah, it appears so. No, they just asked her some questions.
There was no. Really? They just asked her some questions.
They wanted to do more, but thanks to our friend Knight over there, they just had to ask, and she was happy to provide all the answers.
All right, and well, all right. Then I suppose that's fine. And Harry will kind of move out of the way to let them pass.
Quick, important question: do they pass? How in sight am I from the people still in the room, DM?
Oh, from the people in the hallway, or like Danlin and Heidi and stuff?
Because I'm still sitting inside the room. I haven't got up even when Harrison's talking to me. I'm just kind of like rocking back and forth on my shell a little bit. And I know that they're escorting Heidi out, and they're about to bring 3 earrings in.
Yeah.
Who in the room could potentially see me? I don't know, casting a spell.
I mean, Danlin could, because at this point, the elf and Heidi have exited the room. Danlin is only slightly paying attention to you. He's mostly just preparing his notes for when 3 earrings arrives.
So that sounds like a sleight of hand check at advantage is what I'm hearing from the DM. To cast.
Persuade the yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So I would like to cast something quietly. Oh shit, I should do this in D&D Beyond. How do you do advantage again?
Right click the roll.
Yeah.
Thank you. I got it. There we go.
I think it'll roll it in D&D Beyond, but it'll take
Yes,
a
it will.
second, and then it'll pop up over here.
Yeah, that's a big old
Ooh.
18.
Yeah,
It shows a
weird.
0 over here,
Sometimes
which
it
is weird.
Yeah, sometimes it works in Roll20, and sometimes it.
Regardless, 18 sleight of hand.
18
to do
sleight of
this.
hand. Okay. Which casting?
I am going to cast Sending
Cool.
to Harrison, and I will say,
Dope.
everything's fine. Everything's one word, yeah. Okay, everything's fine. They're on some shady shit in here. We found ourselves in the middle of a pretty big pickle.
2 more. If you want.
I'm good.
That's 2.
Are you moving?
Yeah.
And Harry can respond in with 25
Yes.
words.
25 words.
Fuck. Why'd you gotta give my polysyllabic homie 25 fucking words?
Because you're the only one who is super sus. That's why.
Oh, super sus. Well, goodness, I'm very glad to hear that this is the turn of events. Like, you just get kind of rambling back. Like,
And then it just stops.
yeah, it's very. Thank goodness I was quite worried, and we'll need to discuss further in great consideration of. It just cuts off.
God damn it. I just saw your Discord. That's very good. Yeah, so the elf will continue bringing Heidi down the hallway here. Roman, are you staying there? Are you moving out of the way? What you doing?
I think it would be kind of like a sidestep as they pass me, kind of thing. Sorry. Just wanted to talk to Three Earrings. Sorry, nothing fishy going on.
It's okay.
Where is the captain's satchel and or the rod of retribution?
The captain has his satchel firmly strapped across his chest.
Firmly strap it.
Firmly strapping. So very quickly the elf will return. 3 earrings, same situation. Get the prisoner all set up in their chair, and return to their post at the door. The door is still open, by the way.
Oh, good lords, we are not doing this again, surely.
At this point, you all are welcome in. If one stays, you all stay, I suppose. So.
It's very kind of you. It's very
All
gracious.
right.
Thank you. Pull up a tuft of ground. It's pretty comfortable. Literally just rolling back and forth on the round part of his shell.
So you all get situated here. Charcoal and the captain will kind of confused, and they'll head inside and take up their posts on either side of the door, albeit comfortably away from one another. And Danlin will resume questioning as if nothing has changed. He'll sit back up in his seat, look forward at 3 earrings, and
Excuse me for once. Don't you need my buddy over here to boop, with the the thing with the I don't know if it's a thumb thing or.
if you would like.
As long as 3 earrings does not object, I would like to perform a procedure that will make you unwilling or unable to lie. So as long as you are willing and intend to be truthful and consent, I promise there will be no pain. But it is merely for the credibility that I suggest you do this, so that they know you are telling the truth.
You'll see 3 earrings just kind of look at you and perform a bit of a soft growl as if to say yes, and just shake her head like, get over here, fine, whatever.
I say to her, this brings me no joy, but I'm in search of the truth. And I'll pop.
Perfect. And you successfully perform the same action.
Mark off that key point.
Thank you. Your earrings will kind of adjust herself in her seat. Much the same as Heidi, the bindings on her wrists are slightly uncomfortable, so she'll continue to fidget with that as she sits here in questioning. And Danlin will resume his interrogation and look straight at 3 earrings and say, same question as before. Where were you 12 days ago with Nicodranus? And 3 earrings will sit up straight, kind of gaze going past Danlin at this point. I was there for recruitment. With my crew. Yes, we know about the recruitment, but why else were you there? I can't tell you. And Danlin will kind of look towards you, Knight, like, is this working?
So, a person cannot willingly speak a lie, but they do understand what is happening, and they can be evasive. And I'll look at three earrings, and I'll say, "This is not the time. You are in serious trouble here. You know what they do to pirates."
She'll just kind of nod back at you.
And if I need to make a persuasion check, I do get advantage on that if she's under the truthful thing.
Oh, that's fun. Hey, for flavor, why not? Go for it.
All right.
Incoming 0.
Yeah. Hold on. It's 19.
Okay. Sorry, I just took a big bite of pizza. Thinking
Yum.
that roll would
So
take
jealous.
longer.
So jealous.
Sorry.
I want that sub so bad. It's in my fridge. Oh.
I mean, you can get it if you want. I'm
No,
not
I'm good.
discriminating. Food is food. Three earrings will look back at you, Knight. And look a bit deflated, honestly. This isn't something she wants to do, obviously. She's hiding something, but you can't quite tell if it's good or bad. And she'll look back over at Danlin. Okay. Yes, I was in Nicodranus, but to visit someone, not to kill someone. I may be a pirate, but that's above what I would do. To assume that I would murder a Marquis is thinking that I don't know what I'm doing here. It's an insult, really. Danlin, not fazed by this at all. Who are you visiting? Three Earrings is really fighting this. You can tell that this is something that she does not say to anybody. Sir, if I tell you, can you promise that this information does not leave this room? And she'll look at all of you. And Danlin will look back at her. Well, ma'am, you are on trial for murder. So, if it has anything to do with that, then I can guarantee that it might. But if it provides an alibi for you, and we're able to confirm it, I don't see why we couldn't keep it your secret. Turley, what direction are you looking right now? Are you just looking straight at the table? What kind of peripherals do you have on this right now?
The one person that I know to be aware of, I am splitting my gaze between them and the table and the interrogation.
Okay. You would notice, when Three Earrings is saying this, and rather, Danlin is reaffirming to Three Earrings that, hey, we can keep your secret a secret. Dark Hall is trying to get the captain's attention, and you notice that they lock gazes and they look visibly uncomfortable with this information.
Which specific information made him uncomfortable?
The fact that they would be privy to keeping a secret of Three Earrings without making it public knowledge, especially during a murder trial.
Okay.
Danlin looks a bit inquisitively towards Through Earrings. Please, continue. And you see the tabaxi captain sit up straight in her chair, a bit uncomfortably with her bindings and the after effects of the hold person. But you can see that she genuinely does not want to say this. And she's fighting her will in all of her might at this point, but kind of eventually slumps down. I was visiting family. I was visiting my daughter. She's done well for herself. And she lives in the Opal Archways, and you'll see Danlin immediately stick out a hand. Opal Archways, you say? And Three Earrings will continue to slump down, knowing what he's about to say. You are aware that the consulate for the Marquis of Port Zoon also has a residence within the Opal Archways. And Three Earrings will continue to slump. I mean, I would be silly to not know this. I can give you an address, and you can go there if you would like to reaffirm my alibi, but I did not leave her home the whole night. I would appreciate it if you attempted to remove any sort of bias you have against her based on any ill will you hold towards me. My daughter did nothing wrong. She was only born into the wrong family. She's doing well for herself, and she doesn't need her mother to drag her down. And at this point, Three Earrings has sat back in her chair, head down. She's not even looking at anybody at this point. She's just looking at her hands and mindlessly messing with the bindings.
Harry would point a finger at Three Earrings, casting message, and say, My friend, I will be requiring that address so we can secure her safety.
And you'll see Three Earrings kind of look towards where you are, Harrison. Where are you on this map? I can't see you.
She's underneath. Her token went underneath the night. Stop it.
Just dancing around.
It's a hallway dance.
Where the fuck are you? Okay. Perfect. So yeah, she'll look over towards you. Recognize what's occurring here with this communication. And she'll respond with the address.
Perfect.
And just say, please make sure she's safe.
Knight will just blurt out the question. Did you kill the Marquis of Port Zoon?
She will sit straight up, look at Danlin, look straight at you, Knight, and say, I have no advantage in doing so. So no, I would never. She'll sit back, kind of stare past the halfling, kind of towards the door, and just raise her hands. You can put me back in my goddamn prison now. And Danlin will look towards the elf, nod towards her, and the elf will come and retrieve Three Earrings.
One last question.
You can ask this as they're moving by.
Do you know who killed the Marquis?
She'll just kind of look towards you. And you'll notice that her gaze sits upon your neck. Just for a moment. And then she'll look forward and continue on with the elf. As they exit the room.
Nope, Turley would not have noticed that.
I mean, you can make a perception check to see if you would have noticed, but...
I'm gonna... Because this is the kind of player I am, I'm gonna do this at self-imposed disadvantage because I'm like on my butt.
Oh yeah, you're still sitting.
At like a way to do that. So perception yeah, no, that's an 8. I did not see that at all. Okay.
Very good. Why are they way back here? What the hell? Okay. Yeah, with 3 earrings secured back in her holding cell, you'll see Danlin get up from his chair and just leave.
What? Wait.
Yep.
There is the matter of the artifact. We recovered a very dangerous artifact that the Cobalt Soul is very interested in archiving and protecting from the world. I request that artifact be turned over to me so I may take it to the library.
Danlin will look straight at the captain and just say, "You heard the man," and continue walking out. At which point you'll see the captain just look pissed off. He'll walk towards you, kind of unknot the satchel a little bit and open it. You'll still notice that there's a bit of cloth wrapped around the rod so that you don't actually touch it in the exchange.
Okay.
And he'll just hand it straight back to you. No words.
Thank you. Thank you, Captain.
Without so much as a nod, he'll close his pack and walk out as well.
Charcoal. Could you show us a place where we could secure lodging for the night?
Yeah. Yeah, follow me.
I'm also interested in, as I've never been to Port Damali in earnest, where the Library of the Cobalt Soul is in the city.
As you guys are walking out, Jarkal will continue the conversation. Well, the Cobalt Soul, their archive is in the larger district of Port Damali. I'll show you where it is. It's up in the Crescents.
Okay. We should be able to find it. It's probably best if we find lodging first, and we can perhaps ask the innkeep in the morning. But the general area is fine.
Sure, I can take you to an inn that I know. And she'll look kind of dejected as she's leading you guys out of here. Her posture has changed, where it's like she's shrunk a few inches. Just doesn't look very happy with the situation. Do you guys follow?
Yeah.
Yep.
Turley would kind of keep pace with Harry and kind of like make knowing eyes. Like we got some stuff to talk about.
Yeah. Harry would return with an exaggerated nod. Just,
Turley would shake his head, going, I was trying to be surreptitious about that, but no, okay, we're just gonna, okay.
yep.
Wait a minute.
If neither of them did it or were involved, why are they still being held here?
Who are you asking this to?
Because we are technically still with Drakal, right?
Yeah, she's already moved into the hallway. Roman, are you moving with the party, or are you still hanging back?
Hold on. I need to pull up. There's Roll20. Jeez.
Too many windows.
Yeah. I would ask the captain.
Okay. You know, that was probably the worst interrogation I've ever been in. But I don't know. It's up to Danlin over here. He might have more questions for them later. It's kind of his thing. He waits them out.
Well, Danlin, sorry to cut you off.
Fine.
What is his name? Herrick. If you don't have any questions at this time, would you put them in our charge? At least let them sleep in a comfortable bed tonight. They're not directly involved, but
actually,
might have more information.
I'm gonna speak up here. While they might not be directly involved in this particular incident, they are both guilty of some things that they should probably see a jail cell for.
Danlin's just
But
gonna meet your gaze, Turley, and say, at least the turtle gets it.
Do whatever you want if you want to continue talking. I just wanted to share that little bit of information with you.
It's fair. I was so focused on them not having involved, I forgot they were pirates. Anyway, we can go.
It is a little bit more than just they're pirates. They are definitely guilty.
Hey, you guys join in the group?
Mm-hmm. Like I said, Charlie's keeping pace with Harrison, so.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Harrison would look down to where they took Heidi and 3 earrings, just give it a look down the hall and an uncomfortable sigh.
Mm-hmm. Jarkal will
We
kind
must
of...
learn how to get them out of here and continue.
Sorry. Jarkal will recognize your agitation with the situation. She'll kind of look back as you all join her in the hallway. Don't worry about them. They'll this is just a temporary holding for them. They have a more comfortable lodging for them that they'll take them soon. It's just a cell to keep them in while they're getting questioned. So, you'll probably sleep a lot better than they will tonight, but they'll have a bed. They'll have food. It's okay. Don't worry about them.
If it's all the same to you, I do believe that I will still be quite worried about the conditions in which they are being kept. Again, there were many things to be concerned about in this horrible secondary location basement.
I completely understand that. I do. Yeah, they'll be okay. They'll be all right. And Jarkal will continue down the hallway and lead you guys back upstairs, back into that cramped little room and out onto the city alleyways at this point, leading you out to the streets. You guys are currently in... Where'd my map go? Actually, here, I can show you guys if you want to see the Port Damali.
Yes, please.
I don't think I have any music on this page, but I can
Oh my
get
goodness, look.
some. How about this?
I can't remember what this neighborhood's called. It's Lockdown or what is it?
The Crescents?
No,
Oh.
the port area.
Where are we?
Oh.
Where are we currently?
is-
The
'Cause we
Tumble
just moved.
Downs.
No, that's the north. The port is the larboard
Just
light.
Larboard
kidding.
light,
Yeah,
that's it.
sorry. God, I was on the wrong side of the map.
That's okay.
Here, I think I can even adjust that for you guys. Beep, beep, beep. Doop, doop. There you go. And then you can see that the Crescents is kind of in the middle of the city. It's that kind of greener
Mhm.
area.
Mm-hmm. Shirley spent most of his time here. He
You
stayed
would
here.
know. That is called the Gilded Esplanade.
Oh shit! No, he spent. Wait, whichever one is the
The beat
lower
it alley.
class.
Ah, damn
Yeah,
it. Well,
Beaded Alley. That's where he spent most of his time.
here you go. That's up here.
Hmm.
And just for funsies, you can get the tumble downs too. There you go.
Thanks.
You're welcome. So yeah, so you guys are down here in Larboard Light, and you're making your way all the way up to the Crescents, which you would notice is a little bit more spacious, much more lush than the two other districts that you're passing through. While you're on your way, you'll still notice that Jarkal is pretty upset with the situation that just went down, much like the rest of you guys. She isn't very happy with the way that her former compatriots are being taken care of, nor the situation that they're in. You guys want to talk on your way there at all?
With Drakal here.
Yeah. We'll just small talk about the city and, you know.
Oh no, Harry would be bothering her. Harry would 100%, 100% be like, Darkhal, really, truly, you signed up to be a part of this horrible organization that would take people with little to no evidence into a basement where they would be threatened with losing limb and eye, and you would just stand there and let this happen. Darkhal, truly, you know better than this.
Harry. She is a soldier. And who are we to say anything about this? We know nothing, and it's not up to them to share their evidence with us.
Who are we to say? We are exactly who are to say. We are people. We exist on this planet and on this plane. And absolutely, we must determine what is right. Darkhal, how could you
I'm not a
just
citizen
part
of this city. I don't know their ways of law enforcement here and things like that. It's
Oh, to be
we know
part
nothing of these
now.
two.
Such ideas. There is right and there is wrong. That was wrong.
They didn't hurt them.
I mean,
I saw to that.
Point of order. They're not. They didn't hurt them this time, thanks to you.
Right, that's what I said. They didn't hurt them. I saw to that.
Right, but
We
all
did
of
what
the
we
other
could.
times, all of the other times they do. The only reason they didn't was because I was there.
I mean, Knight, thank you for doing that. I don't have very fond memories of that place. So thank you for stepping in like that. Danlin is Danlin. He has his ways. It's not often that he'll resort to those kind of
Pain.
interrogation tactics, but you know, with something as a high level as the murder of a Marquis, it's thank you.
Darkhal, do you intend to stand by while this continues to be a part of this organization? a part of this primitive approach to procuring information against the will of others?
Well, I don't. It's outside of my control for what Danlin does.
What do you mean for what Danlin does?
I really shouldn't say.
I think you really should. I think because we are now involved and we should have information about what Danlin does in case Danlin decides to do that to us.
Harry, Drakal does not have any influence over stopping any of this. Badgering is not going to get anywhere.
I appreciate your concern. You just have to understand that what I do and what the captain does are a completely different level than what Danlin does. And I really shouldn't say, but for you guys to have seen all that and, you know, to walk away from that situation the way that you are, I'm okay with you knowing this. Just please, on everything that is right within this world, I'm trusting you to not say anything. Danlin is an independent contractor within the Clovis Concord. That's really all I can say without ruining hundreds and hundreds of years worth of secrets, but that's really all you need to know.
I mean, listen, I feel like we have a pretty good idea what his particular skill set is.
That's just a small part of what he does, honestly. I've been in the room when he's done worse, but he's gotten better over time. He's recognized his ways in such a manner that he doesn't really see the benefit to any of that anymore. And again, that's that chamber is more of a timeshare for us. We don't fully own it. There are several other parties involved that maintain it. So the materials and the components that you saw down there, they don't pertain to us, at least not anymore.
Sure. Listen, I know Danlin. I know you say Danlin's kind of moved on from his former life, as it were. But the thing that I found in my travelings and in my interactions with people is that the people who are like that in the first place, even though they might find their way to a different place, will eventually find their way back. So just be aware of that. I wouldn't get too comfortable, I guess is the word I'm looking for to say to you right now about that. But I might be overstepping. I don't know much of anything.
Those are wise words, my friend. And
I'm known for a couple from time to time, you know.
I appreciate it. As you guys continue talking, you've been walking for maybe about 30 minutes at this point and are just now finally reaching your destination. Jarkal will guide you to a tavern, a relatively modest sized building, and say, well, this is it. This is a copper tankard. It's served me well. If you ever need a place to stay, Justman inside will take care of you.
What district are we in?
Yeah, I was about to ask that too. Were we in Crescents?
Yeah.
Or are we in? Okay.
Yeah, this is within the Crescents.
And the Crescents is a nicer part?
No, it's second nicest, right?
Yeah.
No, I think it's the nicest.
It's the nicest? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The docks are pretty nice too. I think that's where the Marquis' house is, but yeah.
As you've been walking through the different districts within Port Damali, you'll you'll have seen it go from like greater and greater quality to even better, as far as the roads and the flora, the kind of stature of the people that are walking by, and even this tavern. It might be in modest size, but you'll see that there are still some small businesses that are allowed to partake within the kind of higher up areas of the crescents, because even while there are some some kind of higher up officials that have their own places, they might have guests, or they might have people that follow them within their travels to Port Damali, and they need a place to stay too. So there are some smaller places like this around.
Worth noting, the closer we got to the crescents, the more comfortable Turley got.
Very good. You guys feel free to rest, relax. No one's holding you here, but we're just asking that as you're kind of part of this investigation now, Danlin really only had time to talk to Heidi and Three Earrings before he had to move on for the day. But if you all are available sometime tomorrow, it's at your leisure. Danlin has the whole day prepared to speak with you if you're around. But again, we're not holding you here against your will. You can go explore. There's some nice shops right down the road. That would just get comfortable, and I guess I'll come grab you in the morning.
Sure.
Sounds good to me.
Okay.
Maybe we could make it to midday. I would like to go to the library in the morning.
Midday's fine. Of course. Yeah, you have some business to take care of with the Cobalt, so that's more than acceptable. I'll pass the information on to Danlin and Herrick and let them know of your timeline. Okay, just meet here. You can be inside. Whatever. I'll come find you tomorrow around midday.
Sounds good.
Great. Thanks. And you'll see this seemingly now smaller stature half-orc walk off into the distance. Not only getting smaller because of the perspective, but it feels like she's sinking further and further down into herself as she walks away.
Well, shall we go inside?
Yeah, I'm kind of hungry, and I do feel like we have some conversations to have.
Yes, I would like to hear what happened with Heidi.
Do you all have money?
Yes. I have some money, yes.
I don't know how expensive this will be.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned about that myself. I stayed in a much less fine establishment than this one.
I'm sure we'll be all right. Let's go inside and see, and I can probably lend some coin to those that need it. All right. Inside.
Yeah. Turley's gonna look for a table to sit down and start ordering food.
Sure. So you'll see that there are a few tables in here. There's one kind of off to your right, only has a bench on either side, but then you also see that there's a couple comfortable chairs near a fireplace that's already going, which is strange since it's in the middle of summer at this point. But the fireplace is nice and roaring and warm over in that little cozy corner. There's a table directly in front of you as you walk in, and then there's one kind of towards the back that has 4 seats.
And I'm going where everyone else is going, honestly.
How about here, and then I'll go over. This is a kitchen, isn't it?
Yeah.
All right. I'll just sit down at the table then and wait for someone to come over. Or try to flag down the wait staff.
And it doesn't take long. A female human is going to walk up. You'll see a woman in fine clothes with an apron. She's got pale skin and blue eyes, kind of short, curly black hair that's kind of graying. She's in like her late 60s. And she'll approach your table and say, why hello. So kind of you to enter our establishment here. Welcome to the Copper Tankard. Can I get anything started for you? I have a small menu that I can read off for you. If there's anything that suits your fancy, let me know, and I'll let my husband in the kitchen know that we've got some stuff to prepare.
The Copper Tankard. Right. Yes, I would like to hear the menu.
Well, perfect. First thing up on the menu, we have some boiled eggs with lentils with a side of a tankard of bitter beer. That's a oddly a town favorite. We have some steamed shark with mustard and dried pomegranate, a side of glass of wine. We also have some roasted pork and artichoke with a tankard of perry. All fairly standard pricing. We do tout ourselves as one of the most affordable taverns here within the Crescents. So just a few copper and silver here and there, and we're off to the races.
And what about lodgings? We would like to secure rooms for the night.
Oh, that's wonderful. Okay. I see that there's 4 of you. That might be a bit of a problem. We only have the 3 rooms. Is that okay?
It's asleep. So.
Some of us will just share. It's fine.
I can just find a corner and go into my turtle shell. So if anybody wants to bunk up with me, that's fine.
Well, whatever's most comfortable for you. We have 2 individual rooms. Typically, maybe 1 or 2 people can comfortably fit in there. And then we have our family suite where there's a queen size bed, and you obviously don't need it, but we do have a small children's bed in there as well.
Oh, I'll take that small children's bed. I'm just kidding. It's also worth noting, by the way, that Torley has pulled out a small notebook and a pen and is starting to take notes.
Very good. Very good.
Harrison this whole time has just been kind of fingers steepled on the table, not really paying attention, eyes very focused, as if he's thinking very, very hard, and does not seem interested in any of the conversation happening around him.
How much are each of the rooms?
It's fairly reasonable pricing. Just a silver a night.
Sounds good.
Early nods approvingly and takes a note in his book.
We'll take all 3 rooms.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Yeah. If I get the pork too, it sounded mighty delicious. I have a thing for mushrooms.
Oh, that's that's great. Okay. So 1 roasted pork. Did you want the side of the perry, or was there? Okay, that's great.
Whatever people normally order when they come here is great.
Oh, perfect. Can I get anything for anyone else?
All the same.
Same. Okay, great.
I will have the shark, but no wine, just water, please. Thank you.
Perfectly fine. You, sir, is there anything I can get you? And she'll look towards Harrison, like, kind of expectantly, like...
Harry, do you want any food?
No, not right now. But perhaps some tea, please.
Some tea. Do you prefer something a bit more calming, or something maybe a bit more robust?
Maybe a bit more robust.
Perfect. Wonderful.
Better for the moment.
Thank you all so much. This is very exciting. I'll be right back with all of your orders, and the rooms are right behind you. And she'll gesture to the wall behind you all with the 3 doors. Let me go grab the keys really quick, and you'll see she'll literally sprint off to the kitchen, just swing open the door, kind of slap her hand on the wall, and then run back over to the table. The three keys right here. We do have a small bathhouse down in the lower left of the building. She'll kind of point over to the corner over here. We do have a small bath if any of you wish to partake. That is up to you. I'll be back, and she'll run back out into the kitchen.
So, I think we have a decision to make, y'all, about how involved in all of this we want to get.
What's going on?
Well, it seems like we've stumbled our way into some sort of, and I can't. I'm going to be straight with you all. I can't even believe that I'm about to say these words. It seems like we've stumbled into the middle of a plot by the pirate king, or is it Plank?
The Plank King.
Yeah, by the Plank King, to take over multiple ports of call along the Menagerie coast, and the two that we've left back in the cells are primary agents that are helping make that happen.
And how do you know this?
Well, you did that, that thing.
Yes.
And I mean, Heidi all but said as much. I know that the attack on the Marquis at was it Port Zoon? The Marquis of Port Zoon. Yeah, that wasn't intended, but it was on the agenda, as it were.
Do you know who executed the attack?
I genuinely believe neither of the two of them know who did it.
Right. Except
for what?
That it was agenda.
Yeah. It's part of their plan.
So how are those two involved?
Well, the Captain Three Earrings, she's, kind of a little bit of a suck up, and was trying to, be buddy with the Plank King, and trying to do what she could to get into the Plank King's favor, to be the Plank King's right hand. So anything that the Plank King kind of said that he wanted done, she was trying to make happen. So to be honest, after I heard that, I didn't think that it would be someone else that did it. I actually thought the Three Earrings was going to do it. It would be the one that did it at that point, but that's not the case. All I know is that there is a plot. It involves Port Zoon at some point, but that wasn't supposed to be for a couple years. There was another place that was mentioned, I think. Broken Bank and the Southern Isles were supposed to be now, but I don't know why they would have jumped up and done Port Zoon early.
I mean, Roman, do you correct me if I'm wrong, but I would think that all of the captains in the revelry would be, how did you put it, suck-ups? Each trying to gain favor of the Plank King.
Yes.
So that in and of itself is not suspicious. I cannot say that I'm surprised that the Plank King wants to expand or assert.
There's an interesting point. Yes, all of the captains are trying to vie for more power. So, which captain has grudge out on Three Earrings?
That's a very good point.
And framed her for this.
I'm actually gonna share something else with you guys, and I'd kind of like it if it remains among this group. We should also put on the list of people, if we're gonna pursue this particular line of inquiry beyond this table, which I don't know that we've decided on yet, but we should put on the list anybody that has anybody that has a grudge against Heidi. I don't know if it's, what is the word I'm looking for? Requited or not, but there is something between the two of them that's a little bit more than, captain and helmsman.
Right.
Yes.
So it could be something against Heidi that they're using 3 earrings to get to her, but again, I don't know.
Well, I will say this. It is not the function of my order to align with any one faction. While I may personally find activities of pirates despicable, it is not my place to act without guidance from my superiors. So I encourage all of you to join me in the morning and at the library and speak to the archivists there. And I don't know if they have stand by while I find the title of the higher person than the archivist. I had it earlier. There it is. It is the High Curators. I'm not sure if the library here has a High Curator assigned or if it is merely an outpost with just an archivist at the top, but the Cobalt Soul tries to remain neutral in most of these affairs. But I will say this. If there is corruption within the government of the Clovis Concord, that would be something the Order would be very interested in.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned that. I was super concerned about what Drakal's role in that particular room was going to be. And I couldn't quite tell. There was a familiarity they had with the room, and it turns out there's a chance that whatever Danlin does for a living, as they say, he might have used his services on Drakal for some reason, and I can't quite suss out exactly why he would do that, but I believe that she's, if we do look into this further, she's a potential ally for us because she has some information she's not sharing, and Danlin is let's just say Danlin was not happy that he could not use his particular skill set in that room. DM, correct me if I say anything wrong, by the way.
No, you good, fam.
Thanks.
At this point in the
very well.
conversation, oh my god, what's her name? Jasmine will come back out with 4 platters, like trying to balance all of them on her arms, and she'll set them all down.
Get up and help her.
Oh,
Grab a couple and.
Thank you. You're with the Cobalt Soul, aren't you? And she'll recognize like the sash that's around you.
Yes, from Zadash.
Oh, that's wonderful. I've always wanted to go there, but I'm kind of tied here. Does it snow there?
I mean, in certain times of the year, yes.
Wow,
It's a lovely city. You should visit sometime.
it's really exciting. I've never seen snow. I'm sorry. Here's your food. Here's the shark and the pork. I'll be right back with the drinks, and she'll again sprint to the kitchen. But this time she'll come back very carefully, balancing all 4 drinks in her hands. She's very practiced at this, but she is still taking her time and makes it to the table, sets it down safely. and says,
Clearly makes a note that the drinks came after the food and not before the food was prepared in his notebook.
This-
Closes the notebook, puts his pen on top.
"This is from Ash being a
That's
dumb.
everything I needed to know.
They're spies too." Everything's on your tab, so don't worry about paying now. How long do you all anticipate staying in town?
I would say a few days at least.
Okay, that's fine. We're flexible here. I mean, you're so very kind to take the 3 lodgings that we do have. So we're at your beck and call. The room here does become quite busy in the evening time. We do have some live music towards the end of the week. But it's fairly calm. There's a bit of a curfew here in the Crescent, so we try not to have the music go past 9:30 at the latest. So don't worry about that the music being too loud or disturbing you in your sleep if you happen to come back. I'm gonna go. But you enjoy your meal, and she'll just kind of awkwardly talk as she's backing up into the kitchen.
Thank you.
How's the
All
food?
right.
How's the food?
Mm-hmm.
Roll a
How's it?
delicious check. I'm just kidding.
I don't think I get to roll that check. I think you do.
I mean, hang on.
Performance check from the chef.
From the cook, yeah.
Would you believe if I said that's a natural 20?
I would.
I was
I
the
would.
best hole in the wall tavern
Yeah.
restaurant we've
Yeah.
ever found.
For the last couple days, you guys have been doing okay as far as rations go. There were meals provided to you on the Wave Chaser when you were there. Nothing fancy by any means, but it was a warm meal. This tastes like the best goddamn food you've ever had.
Fuck.
Delicious. I
It's
do
the
enjoy
quenchiest.
the fish.
Sure beats beef jerky.
Sounds cliche, I know, for someone of my race, but
So
I do enjoy the fish.
It's adorable.
Oh my god.
Holy shit.
Friends, I have a request
Yes.
to make in this moment. I would very much like to seek out Three Earrings' daughter. If what we're saying is true here in this moment, I'm concerned for this individual's safety, and it is clear to me, given the fact that Three Earrings was under a compulsory,
Effect.
well, yes, that she speaks true when her daughter was not involved, and it seems that I do not trust this Clovis Concord or Danlin or, unfortunately, Jarkal to not seek out this innocent person and bring them harm. I feel compelled to seek them out and make sure that they're all right before the Clovis Concord can.
If nothing else, if we do nothing else about this whole, nefarious plot by random pirate lords, if we do nothing else about that, I agree with Harry. I think we should definitely make sure that Three Earrings' daughter, we should at least find out if she's, on the up and up, and make sure she's okay.
I agree. If we are going to Nicodranus, I could also get in contact with one of my associates who might have more information. I would be interested to know where they plan on attacking next. If Broken Bank is now, and Zoon was in a couple of years.
Well, plus the hang on while the player goes back to the notes that are tucked underneath this clipboard.
Southern Isles.
Yeah, the Southern Isles. I just went to full on Southern Belle when you said that.
Yeah, me too, because the Southern Isles.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing is, Broken Bank and Southern Isles were supposed to be now, but for some reason somebody's attacking Port Zoon now instead, and Three Earrings and Heidi both didn't seem to think that that should be a thing now, and they also didn't mention that they were currently attacking Broken Isles, or I'm sorry, the Southern Isles or I'm getting so confused anyway. I think one of those two places is still the primary target, unless Port Zoom has been. I'm sorry, it's been a big day, and he just goes back to eating his mushrooms.
Clarification: the Southern Isles is like the larger area, and Broken Bank is like an island or city, correct?
Yeah. Here, I can even drag you guys over onto the map if you want to see it real quick.
Rumble cusp.
Hell yeah.
Rumble Bumble.
Yeah, so Broken Bank is its own island, but it is also a city within the island. In the Southern Isles, where did you even get that?
They're not on this map, I don't think.
No.
Not on the Menagerie Coast map, anyway.
No, I don't think.
They're far south, right?
Let's look at the big map.
Isn't it like south and east of Darktoe?
I mean, I want to say yes, but this map does not show that information. So Darktoe is way the hell out to the west. So yeah, it is probably something way out there, something relatively close to where Darktoe is. Kind of a shame that it's not on this map, but
This is where Darktoe is, right here.
yeah,
Right?
yeah, it's way the heck.
When
Oh yeah,
did the-
sorry. Let me.
When did the Southern Isles come up?
Whenever I was listening to Heidi's interrogation,
Okay.
she mentioned that she didn't understand why the Marquis of Port Zoon was attacked. That was a plan for 2 years from now.
Right.
The current plan that is active, that the Dark Lord, the fuck, that the Plank King is currently focused on is Southern Isles and Broken Bank. So like it took them completely by surprise. Even though they're part of the plot, they do not understand what's going on. Hopefully that cleared up what you asked.
Can you guys see the name where Darktoe is now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Yeah.
good.
Yes.
Sorry, I thought that was already up, but I guess it wasn't.
Yeah, isn't this the Southern Isles, like over here and here?
No,
Well, this is Rumble Cusp right
that's
here.
Rumble cusp with
Yeah.
the volcano.
This is part
right,
of the
where I just
Southern
got to.
Gate Reef, but
The
that's
Southern
not.
Isles isn't a region described in the book.
I think you're talking about the Swavane Islands, which is this area in general.
Yeah, which would also
Oh,
kind
shit.
of make sense.
Shit, I guess that means that the plot also involves the fucking the island sinking then. Right? Because isn't that the general region the island was in, or was that like up here? That was up here.
This is
That was like-
Palma Flora right here. I don't know
Yeah.
why I was silly. I'm just like, oh, let me remove it off the map because it isn't there anymore.
Hmm.
Would probably be nice to know still.
All right, cool.
You
Yeah,
just
so
put
that's
like
all
a skull next to the name.
Can I type it here? Sad face. There we go.
Sad face.
Cool. I'm gonna move you guys back over here. Bam. Or do you still need the map?
Nope.
No, I'm good.
There are many
Alright.
questions here. Lots to try to understand and pick apart.
Well, how about this? I'm sorry, I didn't know if you were done, Harry. Did you still have more you wanted to say?
Well, I just... If we can... Listen, just stick with me here. If we can start to print some flyers and pass them out, I think maybe then we could influence the public opinion of the Clovis Concord and maybe alter them into understanding that their practices are less than ideal. We could start, a movement from the ground up, start to influence.
Shirley waves to
real
the waitress
political
to get another drink for Harry.
And he'll ramble for some time, and which will eventually, And then once we're able
Why
to get that
don't-
level of buy-in, I think we could get 3 earrings and hide
Why
out.
don't we find out what the Cobalt Soul knows about the city and the goings-on before we start any movements or revolutions, shall we? Information is key here. We have very little. We need more.
Knowledge is power. I completely agree, Knight. I absolutely agree. We must be clever and outwit them all.
Well, how about this? It's been a long couple days. This is the first time we've been in port for God only knows how long. It seems like it's nice, comfortable surroundings and nice lodgings. How about we get a good night's rest? Wake up in the morning, have a nice breakfast together, talk about what the next steps are, but definitely the next step from here is going to the Cobalt Soul and finding out some more information, because I do agree with you, Knight, that is probably the best course of action in the immediate future.
Yes. I'm also going to take a bath.
I would, but he kind of wiggles his, like, turns aside and wiggles his shell a little bit.
Well,
Pliny, I'm going to need you to write the manifesto. Well, I just think I think you're better at it than I am. You're more compelling. No, just listen. It was a compliment. I'm not trying to say that you have a talent for overthrowing.
Turley grabs
You
the
might
pen.
I take my
talent.
fruit. I take my dishes to the kitchen.
Turley grabs a pen and hands it out to Pliny.
Pliny will look at it, and you will watch him visibly roll his eyes, which doesn't make any sense at all. And he'll reach out a little clawed foot and grab the pen and just hold it.
That's yours now, little man. You can keep that.
And
We need
Knight's,
to come up with a
Knight's
pen
gonna go
name.
to. I'll share a room with somebody. I'm gonna go in here, get the rod out, continue documenting, drawing, sketching it, describing the events that led to it, all of the events here with the interrogation, the pirates, the plot, just detailed notes for report.
Very good.
Fairly spending the rest of the evening in the inn having drinks and watching the locals and listening to whatever entertainment they have, or just sit by the fire or whatever.
You'll notice that it's mostly just Jessamine in here. There is this guy just kind of hanging out at a table by himself. He's got a couple empty tankards in front of him and one fairly full one. And he's just, enjoying his time there. He's like looking out the window behind him every once in a while, striking up a conversation with Jessamine whenever she comes to refill his drink. Otherwise, he's just chilling by himself.
Turley would send him a drink and then just kind of cheers him, but wouldn't engage.
He would raise his glass and thanks, and get to his drink. Is everyone else just turning in for the night?
Yep.
Very good. So as everyone, go ahead. You want to do something?
Harrison would not be. He would do his trance thing, but he would not be moved from the table, and he would literally begin to write the letters that he had talked about earlier, and kind of have Pliny next to him and being. Well, I think it's very important that we point out that there's torture on the table, Pliny. I don't know. I think that might be a compelling argument. I don't need your sass. And we'll just kind of mutter back and forth with his familiar through the night as he starts to try and fucking devise a social movement.
Is this happening at the table that Turley's at?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Turley is paying rapt attention to all of this with just a goofy fucking grin on his face.
Pliny would occasionally just kind of look across the table at Turley before cocking his head back up, and the little familiar is doing an awful lot of rustling his feathers and stamping his little feet on the table, like indignantly.
So
Roman would probably just go into the room that Knight is in and just kind of kneel on the smaller bed, just in a meditative position. And he would put his swords out in front of him, just close his eyes, and he will replay so his meditative state, his trance, he always tries to better his mind and spend time going through combat scenarios. And very often he has a recurring combat scenario that places him back in time a bit to his childhood, but he's obviously grown up. And there is fire all around. A small fishing village off the Menagerie coast is up in flames as the black is being flown off the coast by a number of ships. Pirates are coursing through the streets, and a hand reaches out to him, and he is pulled away by his father, who brings him into a small hut. His father tells him and his mother to be quiet as he exits, and he very shortly after hears the clanging of metal and then silence. He runs out of the hut and sees his father bleeding, dying on the ground. And contrary to his actual past, he stands up for himself, and he goes through the process of methodically killing every single pirate that invaded his village that day.
I love it. It's so juicy. I just want more.
The player has questions, sir.
So as Knight curls up after recording every minute detail of what's occurred over the last few days, Roman enters his meditative state, and you can kind of see a slight smile creep across his face as he processes these memories. Turley and Harrison remain out in the main tavern area. Turley enjoying the drinks and enjoying small conversation with Jessamine as she comes in and out of the kitchen. And Harrison in his meditative state, but also recording similar information. Roman, I would like you to make a Constitution saving throw for me really quick. Just real quick.
Interesting.
Just for fun.
Interesting. Just for fun.
Yeah.
21.
There you go.
Okay, thanks.
It's actually a roll under system. You done goofed.
It's like the opposite of golf.
Okay.
That's where we're going to end our session for tonight.
All right.
I'm sorry, wait a minute.
Shit.
You asked for a roll and then said that's where we're going to end our session?
Yep. That's all I needed.
No. Nope. 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 Nope.
Goodbye.
Damn.
I don't like it.
What?
Smash cut to the old bone grinder.
Oh my god.
Smash cut
Listen,
to 15
Hags
years.
looking through a little crystal ball.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, Ash, you're getting this DM thing down real quick, and I don't like it. I don't like it at all.
Hey, thanks. I'm thinking faster than I can say my words, so I stumble through them a lot. But I feel like I'm getting there just a little bit, just a tiny bit. Just tiny.
3 pages of notes tonight.
Yeah, fam. It's a lot.
I need to learn shorthand. By
Yeah.
the way.
Get one of those cool little shorthand keyboard things.
Because she was just going, she was going with all the details that were being shared with Heidi, and I'm just like,
He was like, sorry, I can slow down if you want.
that's why I kept nodding. I was telling her to go. It was okay.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, I hope you
Lord.
guys had fun tonight. I sure had a blast.
Yes.
Thank you all for
Good.
joining us here for
The
our
intrigue.
third episode of Beyond the Tides. This is now a bi-weekly session where we'll be back in 2 weeks. I think on the numbers on the 20th. That's going to be a great day too. Yeah, so this has been a lot of fun. We'll go around the horn one more time to reintroduce ourselves, talk about the characters that we've played here tonight, and bounce sizzle.
Yes, quite indeed. Hello, I'm Osirix Franco. You can find me on Twitch and Twitter at Osirix Franco. I played Harrison Gandazar, the High Elf wizard, and his trusty familiar Pliny. Apparently Harrison's gonna go into, overthrowing factions single-handedly because he feels like it. Because he really does not want to return to his day job. So let that inform your mind. As for what I have coming up, just so many things. First of all, tomorrow here on Nat 20, Roundhouse Godswallow returns.
Yay!
And I'm very excited about this fact. And then on the 8th, which is Friday, you can catch me over at TPK Roleplay, playing in Proper Parlors Games. It's our first episode or session where we play board games in character. So come out and check that out. It should be a lot of fun. And then on Saturday, we have a charity stream again at TPK for Jasper's Game Day. We're playing Lasers and Feelings. That's sure to be a hijinksy sort of time. I'll be playing a hotshot engineer by the name of Fox Greaves. So get hyped. And then Sunday here on Nat 20, we do have the Morningstar campaign, which is phenomenal and fantastic, and I'm very, very excited about. And then last but not least, I GM my own campaign over at TBK, The Bard's Refrain. Our next session is January 16th. So come hang out, come watch. I'm really excited for this one. This should be a good time.
Yep, Chum Nation, once again. Find me on the social medias and the Twitch at that name. And I'm playing Night, Stars of the Night Sky, the Tabaxi Monk here. And then I'm in the Godswallow tomorrow. And as always, the flagship Morningstar. So definitely I want to keep coming on Sundays. But for everything else as well. So
They found a war.
Whoops, we just tripped and found an army.
I don't know.
yeah,
Whoopsies.
it's
a
fine.
whole war.
Totally
There's
fine.
eternal conflict here.
Hey everyone, I'm Tyrant. You can find me everywhere at Dr. Tyrant. I am also in the first episode of Proper Parlor Games over on TPK on Friday. And I will be returning. I don't know, maybe I have a week off. No, wait. Curse of Strahd? Curse of, yes.
Not
I think-
this Friday, but next.
Yes, I think the next thing I'm in, which is crazy, is Dark Echoes, our new Curse of Strahd campaign over at TPK, where I play a druid, which is
So good.
very fun.
So
A druid
excited.
who, if you were paying attention, kills all the plants he touches for the next week because of bad
next week.
tables.
It's so good.
It's the fucking worst.
It's all right. All the plants are already dead in Barovia, so it's fine.
Yeah, you're good.
Good luck
in
finding a
land of
live one to
Barovia.
kill.
Yeah.
Do not need life plant when dead plants do.
Is that me? Are you done? Is it me?
It you.
Hi, I'm DM of Saints. You can find me on Twitch and Twitter at DM of Saints. Most everybody here pitched everything that I've got coming up, so I'm not going to say any more about that, except for tomorrow. I'm going to comment on that. But this Saturday evening, I am in a one-shot over on TPK Roleplay. It's a show called Top Shelf, where they're doing a new system every session. I think it's every bi-weekly now.
So good.
Run by a DM who I very much enjoyed playing with in the randomized one-shot that I was in over there. We're doing Heart the City Beneath, which is a role-playing system about a city and a sprawling complex beneath it that, as you get closer and closer to the heart, reality kind of warps and bends and breaks. And our characters are delving deep into that. And so that's going to be super fun and dark and crazy. I'd also like to remind everybody about God Swallow tomorrow, Roundhouse God Swallow. This is the postponed episode from last month, and I'd just like to briefly go over the hints that I gave you all on Twitter.
I'm sorry,
about
I'm gonna
tomorrow's
need to grab
episode.
a timeout. I need my other notebook.
Hang on, we're gonna hang on while Sarah grabs her notebook. Don't worry, I'll retweet this as well. It was a picture of Homer Simpson with the pig on the ceiling.
That's right.
Spider Pig.
Right?
Oh no.
Yep.
Yeah.
Spider Pig.
It was a picture of a bus in New York City.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It was a picture of a dog with a bunch of puppies feeding
Yep.
them, and a picture of a box of organic Capri Sun pouches.
I know exactly what's going on.
The fact
I would
that you
love
said
for
organic,
you to DM me and tell me.
Yeah, the
Because I don't think you
Capri
do.
Sun, is that a thing?
It is, yeah. Organic tropical punch Capri
Apparently.
Sun.
It's 2021,
and
chum,
apparently
of course.
Important,
Yeah.
It's important for him to make that distinction.
Yeah.
Anyway, so that's going to
that's
happen
true.
tomorrow on Roundhouse God Swallow. If you'd like to tune in, it'll be 8
Jesus.
p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Cool. Well, hey everybody, I'm Ash, or Ash and Rabbit, here on Twitch and Twitter. You can find me here tomorrow on Roundhouse, playing Alri/Alice. It's a really fun character. I'm very excited. You can also find me on Friday at Dab Magic Juice's channel, where we're playing through a homebrew / Princess of the Apocalypse situation. I play a rogue over there, and it's a great time. It's a bunch of shenanigans, super fun. Every Sunday you can see us here for Morningstar and Company Incorporated. Everything else here on Nat 20, including the show, which is now bi-weekly. Roundhouse will then also be bi-weekly.
I forgot to mention that Roundhouse is bi-weekly on both channels here
Yeah.
at TPK Roleplay.
So exciting. Oh, I'm so
Roundhouse
jazzed.
all the time.
Yep.
Sarah's in all of the Roundhouse.
All of them, every single one of them.
Everyone.
Every Thursday, fam. Every Thursday and every Sunday, we live in the dream.
Roundhouse around the house.
And if you didn't know about Roundhouse, it is concurrent here on Nat 20 and over on TPK Roleplay, and it's within the same realm. These characters don't know each other, maybe yet, but it's all occurring at maybe in the same place, maybe at the same time. I don't know. Saint's the keeper in that one, so he can tell or not tell us what's going on over there, but it's a good time, super fun. Anyway, thank you guys for hanging out with us here tonight. I'm really having a great time DMing with you all. You all are fantastic players, and I'm having a blasty blast figuring out where the fuck we're going. So it's great. Everyone stay safe out there. Stay healthy. Wash your hands, and just be kind to one another, please. And thank you. All right, we'll see you. Bye, buddy.
Bye.